1-2 check chuffy 1-2, you mega chuffers, you super chuffers, you loop head, fruit head, chuffing, chuffrajet, nutters. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm super chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. What do you want from me? What we're going to do tonight is... oh, you've got that thing on top of the screen. Hang on. What have you got that? You've got an extra on top of the screen because I had a chat the other night. Boom, that's gone right. Hello in chat. We've got Judith, we've got Slinky Socks, we've got Gail, we've got Lucia, Andy. It's going to be, again, a bit of a... My streaming schedule's been a bit messed up. So it's a bit later in the evening. It's 9 o'clock. It's a Friday. Glastonbury's on. I have promised this. I don't want to let it get... There's 2 days, then we do the inquest. I don't want to go any further. I need to get this out and done, done. There's probably more to talk about than just what we're going to reflect on today in regards to the police and their response. Other people have probably done a bit of talking about it. I haven't done my bit yet. Not entirely. I've focused more on the body language, haven't I? If you don't know, better get to know. You go on YouTube, you already have. Super Chuffer, you already are. And then we've got playlists of different things, but Nicola Bulley's, the Nicola Bulley's playlist. Ah, this one says thus. That's a bit fucked up. Hang on. I'll do my playlist shuffling later, but Nicola Bulley's playlist, extensive discussion and investigation into the Nicola Bulley case based on the testimony of the people that were close. So I rely on the body language analysis of Paul Ansell in his first interview by the river. I rely on the body language and verbal analysis of Paul Ansell in his Channel 5 interview. We did it twice. We did it 3 times because it required digging in that deep. We did Emma and her red flags. We found that there were quite a few red flags with Emma. We did a call-in show. We talked about police work and analysis. We talked about different stuff. We looked at Jason Dean Rothwell, who found her, investigated his backstory. Wrong. And we had another call-in where we tied up some loose ends. Then we looked at Paul Ansell again, more red flags, required. Then we did Emma White, more red flags, required. She kept doing a lot of interviews, required. Then we analysed the CCTV video. And when I say we analysed it, we fixed it first because there was a jump in it. So there's that. Then we did a 2.5 hour analysis. And then we did a 3.5 hour analysis. Then we did, how did the behaviour panel get it wrong? Then we looked at more problems with the CCTV for 1.5 hours. We looked at the worst case scenarios that could have possibly gone on. We've changed the thumbnail and talked about, that episode wasn't really about, the case and stuff like that, but it was about ethics and concerns and morals. And, I did a thumbnail which was a bit on the edge of looking a bit gruesome. So we discussed that. We discussed, sorry, I'm just helping a friend with something. I just need to quickly text them back. Just to say, no problem. Then it looks weird to me now, but actually then we did more Emma White analysis because she did more interviews. We did Emma White 3 times there. More interviews. Then we did an episode about is Nicola Bulley case a psyop, where we investigated another Emma White interview that hadn't been seen so often. Then we did an episode about Nicola Bulley's friends, body language analysis and react, which is body language analysis. So you can see there's a theme here. It's a lot of body language analysis and react. There's only a couple here that aren't really body language analysis and react. We did Nicola Bulley, Penny and Ron, body language analysis and react. The IOPC police welfare check, that wasn't body language. That was reading through 2 different reports about the welfare check and the report into the ICO, the Independent Commission Office, to investigate the police and their behaviour. Then we did an episode about what is evidence. And then it also spilled out, in my opinion, into thus a little bit, because we did an episode on the police and children. So that needs to go in the Nicola Bulley playlist, really, about how the police deal with children, about how children are dealt with by the police. And I asked a lot of questions about the Nicola Bulley case to my forensic psychologist friend, Steve of the Dead. So actually, there's one thing I haven't done today yet, which is open up the Discord and tell everyone where we are right now. So I'll be doing that now as the room fills up. What we're going to do tonight is we're going to look at the police, their testimony, body language analysis and react, the police and what they said, on the early stages when it was outdoors and we were just giving a thing to the media, on the first full press conference, on the second full press conference with a different police person. And And then Eddie has done an episode as well recently, like literally an hour ago. So if you haven't watched that, you know, Eddie's Final Break, big shouts out. Obviously, you're watching this now, so don't go and watch that now. But watch it after this, maybe. The big shouts out to Eddie's Final Break. And I might talk about some of the themes he brought up towards the end. We've also got on the agenda, we also should be looking at... what am I doing now? I'm not very good at doing two things in my mind at the same time. So let me just please allow me this. I just need to get the YouTube URL from this episode. There you go. So what we're going to be... And I need to post it in here. I can't work my own Discord very well. I apologise. Give me just 1 second. Which, find Super Chuffer, paste there, live now. And I will give also one massive shout out to myself. Because I've got loads of channels. YouTube's good for this. I've got loads of channels. So you might want to check out some of these other channels. Specifically, really what you want to check out is Battery Exhausted, because tomorrow, or the day after, probably Sunday, really, we're going to be dropping... Tomorrow we'll probably do an Alan episode where we look at some of Alan's recent buffoonery on the internet. Buffoonery. But I will tell you, it gets worse than buffoonery. And we're going to be dropping a video tomorrow, or the day after, about Alan, which is going to change the face of the conversation about Alan. I'll just say that. Should I just say that? So you do want to watch out for that. You do want to be on the B-side. You don't. Not everyone wants to watch me taking the piss out of Alan and having a laugh, apparently. So not everyone wants to watch that. But the stuff we're going to do tomorrow, maybe the day after, you're going to want to see it. And YouTube is not going to suggest it to you because it's going to be not suitable for advertisers. So you are going to want to look out for that. Of course, I'll promote it as I'm doing now. But yeah, teasing you. And this time I've got something to tease. No one will say that was clickbait. No one will say, oh, he was egging it up and then it was a nothing burger. No one will say that. Some people might say, oh, well, you know, if you look at it this way, it's not so this or not so that. And I'll say, well, you know, look at it whatever you want, you know. What's Alan got in... I shouldn't talk about him on the main channel, really. I just wanted to promote what we're doing. What's he got in the future? Well, so that's what the plan is for today. That's the setup, the schedule. I've tweeted. I haven't done the tweet. I need to do that. I'm a little bit... I'll be honest, right? I take antidepressants. I take what's called mirtazapine, or I have taken them for a good few years. Like, I've been through some tough times. I don't know, this isn't the story of my depression now, but I felt like I've been depressed virtually all my life, but luckily found with mirtazapine and a bit of help from counselling and stuff like that, a real way through it towards the last few years, like over the last 10 years. I've really improved on all that front. So I'm at the point now where I'm stopped taking these. I'm like reducing my dose right down to stop taking them. And that's really good actually, because I don't feel mentally like worried about not taking them. It's actually really good that that's happening to me. But the negative is that it gives you side effects. And those side effects, ironically, include sleeplessness, which hasn't been helping. And they also include, I got like bad tummies, really hurty bad tummies. So today is the day, like I'm going to take my reduced dose tonight, and then I'll go another 3 days without taking it, and then take another reduction. It's like weaning off. So today's the day when I'm at my most... see you in chat there, Robert. 30 milligram. I take. I started on 15s, went up to 30s. Now I take 7 or 6 every 3 days. Like I'm really tapering off. But that's the point. Is that I'm at the point where the half-life wears out of your system, and it is really kicking my ass. The physical symptoms. Nicola Bulley, police. React live. I'll just put that tweet. Some of your media failed to upload. What's going on with Twitter? Sign in. Oh god, this doesn't look good, does it? Hang on. I could have been banned. Right, I don't know how to sign into my Twitter now, so forget it. I'm not on Twitter today. Maybe I'm on my phone. Like, they don't like me on Twitter recently. They found a tweet that I made 4 years ago with some copyright material and then started on the copyright. No, I'm still on my phone. Okay. I need to tweet that I'm live now. I'm just going to put I'm live now on YouTube. So I apologise if I'm not being the most. Usually I like to get straight into it. Let's go. Let's do the episode. You know what I'm going to be talking about. You know where we're going with this today. That's all good. There's one other thing I want to address. There's two things. I want to address the Facebook post, and I want to address, because it's in chat there, I can see you chatting about it. And big up Sarah. How you doing? Big up Mimp Squad. And I also want to address there's videos of Curtis Media that he took that involved the police, and I want to do those. I think I might try and squeeze them in tomorrow, the day after. Tomorrow maybe, or I might end up doing them after the inquest. I'm really grateful to one person in particular for sending. I'm not going to name people just in case, unless you say in chat, I want to be named, it's me. The person who sent me them, though, thank you very much. I think there's one other video that I'm missing where Curtis talks to the police. I don't know exactly which video it was, but he talks to them in a, he's like going down a road and they're parked up on the side, and he's like, oh hello, there's the police, and he gets out and he talks to them. It's not one of those videos necessarily. It might be one of the videos that I've been sent. I can't be checking. Anyway, but I think that might be a full episode on its own, really. I've been mulling it over. So the final thing to talk about is apparently there's been a Facebook post, right? And I don't know anything about it at all. You're just saying it now in chat. The Unsolved Group, an anonymous post, right? Let me show you something. How to create a fake Facebook account. Oh, you don't need to do anything. You just have an email address and you can just do it, yeah? Using a name, disposable email. So anyone could just make a Facebook account, you know. So that's that. And then what would it say in the post? What would it say in the post? I'll tell you what, why don't I put one in chat now? Look, I'll just put Nicola Bulley. I see it's my face, it's Super Chuff, you'll know it's me. Like if I just put Nicola Bulley found on the moon and made it as a Facebook post, it's going to sound a bit ridiculous and you're not going to believe it, so you're going to think that's silly. But if I put Nicola Bulley reported to the police the day before she went missing that there were problems in her marriage, that might sound really close to the bone. So you might believe that, but you'd be stupid to, because if it's an anonymous Facebook post and you're believing anything, then you're stupid. I'll just say that, you're stupid. I'm fed up of it now. I'm fully fed up of it now. No offence. Oh, Curious Cat, big ups then, yeah. Thanks to Curious Cat, and thanks to, you've got that video in there. Okay, good. I'll have a look then. I don't mean to offend people saying they're stupid, but God help us all. It's an anonymous Facebook post. If it was someone who wanted to whistleblow, they would understand that doing it in a forum where anonymity makes it seem invalid would be a mistake. So they would just whistleblow. It's somebody who wants to stir up ideas that are a smokescreen. So this could either be the person who murdered Nicola, or someone who seeks to gain from publishing things on YouTube. There are other channels, I will name them, Alan Vinicum and his fucking crappy detective agency, right? He will take bullshit, Penny Bunnis, another one, they will take bullshit off Facebook and report on it and talk about it. Makes an episode for them. So maybe they will infiltrate these Facebook groups. As we know, Alan Vinicum is in a number of these Facebook groups under a fake name, and just talk shit. And then the more shit that gets talked and the more stuff that comes out, the more they've got to say. Or the other option is that it could be the police themselves, undercover, the Masons, you know, all the psyops, or it could just be some nutter. So you've got all these options to work out which one it is, which one it isn't. You've got to carefully think, which one is it, which one. You can't decide because you don't know anything about any of the people that are posting on Facebook. So if you're going to put your beliefs in that, your hopes, your dreams, your fears, your love, into what some anonymous nutter said on Facebook, not even a nutter, just could be a 6-year-old who's got their mom's login, could be anything. If you're going to do that, then it's on you to be able to navigate the world better. Like, you must be able to understand, either if this is important information, it needs to come to light. These people need to not be anonymous and post it on Facebook like that. That's rubbish. Yeah, like they need to have a good think themselves about the truth and the nature of truth, because you don't have to pretend and hide, and you should put it out there as truth. If it's just conjecture and fishwives are it, this is the same, okay? This is the same as me telling you I was at the bus stop and somebody at the bus stop told me that their mother-in-law told them that their sister-in-law had been friends with someone who used to go to school with Paul Ansell, and Paul Ansell told them that they'd done the murder. It's as believable as that. It's as valid as that. We did a whole episode on what is evidence. I will be frustrated and angry because I have actually done the work here for you. Not so, you don't have to do the thinking here. If you don't fancy doing the thinking, you don't have to do the thinking. I've done it for you.
Again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then swoosh.
Big ups, Kurt and Lisa. Where's my sandwich? We'll talk about the sandwich.
Tippies. Holy chuff, we almost missed This Is It midnight already. Lisa says, where's my sandwich?
Where's my
Super
sandwich?
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Oh, I've been feeling rough today, I'll tell you. Where's my sandwich? I knew I would though, so I'm alright. And I apologise if I'm in a bit of an eggy mood about that nonsense that's just been brought to my attention in chat. But let me play some sounds. Right, you don't need to do the thinking for yourself here. I've done it for you. Look, what is evidence? I've talked about it extensively, and it's not just had to think and I talked about it. I did the research. There it is. If it's in this video, we talk about whether you should or could believe what people write on Facebook. Yeah? Refer to that. If it doesn't come up to the criteria of valid evidence, we can't use it in our investigation into what happened to Nicola Bulley, because I've got just as much chance of finding out whether Lord Lucan is on the fucking moon by sticking my head in the toilet and flushing. You really have to get to grips with this. I know it's fun, and I know it's stories and narratives, and I'm interested, and it's Miss Marple, and it's Cracker, and it's Silent Witness, but this isn't a TV program. This is someone's real life that was ended. I think it's a murder, because I think there's evidence to support the idea that it's a murder. Yeah. So I've dealt with that now. I'm sorry if I've been feeling a bit rough myself and I was a bit harsh when I just dealt with that. But these things have come up consistently over and over again. We are 2 days before the inquest. It's time for you to pull your heads out of that toilet. And something else I'd like to point out as well quickly is about the gutter press. We're going to be using the gutter press today. The Sun, GB News, that's who I've got here. Don't think I'm giving any tacit appreciation to them. The gutter press, the disgusting right-wing gutter press. Some people recently felt just like the gutter press that they should. I'm going to just point at Alan again. This submarine went down. I should do a special on it.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
From Vixen Vicky
Big
sent
ups.
tippies. Get yourself some Alpro chocolate for a sugar rush.
Don't
get eggy.
You're right.
We like Holy Scotty. Super
I'll be less
Chuffer
eggy and
owes 3
just.
hugs.
I'll get this egg off my chest, and then we'll do this. Look, I'd said we shouldn't have him on the main channel, but I think how disgusting this is to do a live stream. Right, this is Alan's broadcast from the other day. You need to know how bad this man is, and this is just his content. I'm going to go into his character in the next couple of days on Battery Exhausted, but this is his content. Alan told you in his videos that Sky News were bad people who are making up lies about the Nicola Bulley case, and then he's going to broadcast Sky News to you for an hour and steal their content as if it's his, because he thinks that people are interested in that, so he might as well have the views. Gutter press. Alan is a parasite on the side of the gutter press who he can critique for making up lies about Nicola Bulley. It's a very strange way to behave. I wouldn't do that myself. Not me personally. You're not going to get that shit round here, yeah? You're not going to get that shit round here. So, I don't know what it said on Facebook, but nor do I need to. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. It goes in the bin. I do want to quickly as well, I want to do a little bit more admin. I just want to change my tippies thing. Thank you for the tippies we've got so far. I want to change the picture. Has anyone got something they want to see as a picture for the tippies? Otherwise I'm going to change it to something police related, because that's the episode for today. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, is it? I don't know. All right, I'll choose the one that I'm most drawn to, but people are going to feel cross. I'll give you a little test. I'll show you what I've done. You're going to feel cross. It's already cheered me up, though.
It's raining again. I couldn't be
Someone
happier.
sent tippies.
And then whoosh.
There was a young bot from Kofi who said, well, hello there, do excuse me. $2 and 10 cents, £4 and 3 pence. It's all in your bank with no fee. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Yeah, big up Sarah. Alan will probably claim it fair use, but he doesn't monetize it anyway because he can't, so they probably don't go after him for the, he probably doesn't have to worry about the copyright aspect of it. It should have been a copyright problem, but that's the least of his problems, I'll tell you that. But the fact that he's doing such terrible content, like, so it come up in this conversation because people are asking me what I think about Facebook, and I'm also going to tell you what I think about the gutter press, and I'm also going to tell you what I think about people who go on YouTube to ape the gutter press at the same time as critiquing them in the same breath. It's fucking weird. So all that needs to go in the bin. Tonight, we're nowhere near the bin. We're well away from the bin. Okay. We've got a bit to get through, so this is a 20-minute video, this is a 36-minute video, and this is a 2-minute video, 3-minute video. So in total, this will take me about 10 hours. I was hoping to see a friend, but they might have to just pop by the house. I need to lend them a cooking item, and they can just pick it up, so don't worry about that. That's irrelevant. They're a chef, so they know they're cooking. Look. Let's go. Should we go? Should we get started? And then I can make tangents and other things as my mood takes me. I want to make it really clear as well. I don't usually talk about that chuffer on this main channel. This stuff is related to. Eddie's done a video. Ed got the egg on as well with him. We don't like talking about him on our main channels, but there is something coming. I'm building you up to it. Watch out. Battery exhausted. Probably Sunday. Probably drop it Sunday. You watch out. You watch out. Okay, this is the police.
15 a.m. About 9:15 a.m. She was last seen walking.
I don't know why,
her small brown.
but this one just jumps. This video just jumps in here. What I probably should have done is I probably should have done enough research to get the full length things. So I don't know if this is the very first one. In the future, there may be more videos come to light in the same way as with Emma. We might go back over the police and say, well, this came up a bit earlier and this came up a bit. I've just got 3, in sequence that makes sense to me. So let's see if this works.
About 9:15 a.m. She was last seen walking her small brown dog on the towpath of the River Wire. The dog was found about an hour later, as was her mobile phone.
Already what I'm finding quite interesting is that I don't know her name. She's looking across and around, so it would appear that there's a group of people around her and that her focus is on the group of people. Usually when a police person does a statement like this, they will have their statement, they'll have their information, and they'll deliver it, and they won't worry about playing to the audience. They'll just deliver the information. But she's concerned, she's got a face of worry and concern, a frown. She's concerned by the amount of press that this is receiving. This is early days, remember? So she's concerned.
Of the River Wire. The dog was found about an hour later, as was her mobile phone. So her family are very concerned, as are we.
There's that word.
We've mounted. So
bear in mind, I haven't watched these.
I couldn't be happier. Swish.
Andy sent tippies. Treat yourself to a bottle of ketchup. Spank oh saucy, just wanted to see the policewoman again. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
It's a bit chauvinistic, isn't it? Maybe I might change this, actually. I might change it. I already feel it's a bit chauvinistic. But there's this other one that is probably less chauvinistic, so I've chosen a different one now. So when the next tippy comes in, you'll see the slightly less chauvinistic image. I'm such a chuffer. But thank you very much for the tippies. Thank you. I really appreciate it. This is it isn't my first viewing of this. I saw it back in the day, but I have not watched through these and made notes and anything like this. I want it to be feeling fresh to me, so I got the same feeling as she said there, concern.
her family are very concerned, as are we. We've mounted a really intensive operation to try and find Nicola, including a number of specialist officers.
She dry mouth and gulps there. She's feeling a bit nervous about the specialists. So she says a number of specialists. We've mounted a strange word because it's a horse word.
Concerned, as are we. We've mounted a really intensive operation to try and find Nicola.
Mounted an intensive operation. Mounted, I find a very strange word. Maybe she's a horsey person, maybe she rides horses in her spare time. I don't know. But mounted is a very horsey word. The only other people that I associate with horses in this investigation is Emma White, who has stables facilities on her property. I don't know if she has horses there, but she's got this like horse ring thing on her property. So I associate horses with Emma White. We've mounted an intensive investigation, right? Intensive investigation as well. I would read that to mean time intensive, labour intensive, resource intensive. Big ups Andrew Fletcher. Other than original content, every YouTuber uses mainstream media material. So conspiracy wise, how much do you really have to go off? Yeah, well, I don't buy into the PSYOP conspiracy, so I'm okay using the mainstream media material. I will call them gutter press. I'll call their ethics and their morals. I'll critique that. Curtis Media being down on the ground taking video, it gives us a view of the world. These people give us a view of the world as well. It's just you have to understand how the view is constructed. I don't know if we've done a piece on the media and Newsgate, but if you study sociology, or you don't have to study it, you can just find this out. Media, Newsgate, sociology. There's a whole concept called gatekeeping. So you're not going to be able to be given all today. Loads of stuff happened. But there's only enough space on it used to be a physical page of newspaper. Now it's a television programme, time in the edit. It's the amount of space on the web page they're going to give to these stories and the amount of stories they're going to post. Someone has to decide what goes through the gate. Someone has to decide. They've got a lot of information coming in and how much of it goes through the gate. So these concepts have been thought about for a good few years regarding media. And they get taught in sociology classes. There's a lot of information here. There's a lot of stuff to think about, so maybe we should do an episode on it. But the simple concept is that there's criteria for choosing a news story, and they're looking really for impact, violence, conflict, disaster look, familiarity, proximity, how close it is to you, timeliness and novelty. There are reasons why people are going to watch these news stories and why they make it through the gate as far as an editor is concerned. You could also put into that politics, finance, whether the gutter press are owned by a right-wing political, whether, because Great Britain News is obviously the Conservative Party news company. Do you know what I mean? There's other things behind the scenes that go into the choices. There are some things that will come across. All the news media will cover it because it's such a big story, they need to cover it. And other things that you will see here and you won't see there, and there's different gates. So yeah, absolutely, I agree. The mainstream media are not necessarily the best form of information. For a while they were the main, that's why they're the mainstream, but they're not necessarily the best source of information. There's a lot of reasons why they're biased, why they're corrupted. We hope that the BBC, accountable to the people, is the best. We hope. So there's a lot of reasons why they might not be the best, and there's also reasons why somebody on the ground with their camera that doesn't know anything about anything, just wandering around, might not be the best. But we have to put together everything through our own lens. We take in the information that we're given, and we have to be, it's the same with the Facebook post. You have to be switched on enough to know whether you have to be able to parse information. You have to be able to read it, understand what the information is saying, but then question, where is it coming from? Who is telling me this? And what are their motivations for telling it me? Is it the truth? Even if it is the truth, is it a portion of the truth that's given to me to create a perspective? Think about it like you're in the courtroom and you're listening to the case from the defence. You also need the case from the prosecution, and neither of them are going to be exactly on the money necessarily. It might be the truth is somewhere in the middle because they've both got their agendas. So I totally agree. And I think the strangest thing about anybody who critiques the mainstream media, and this goes for the conspiracy theorists en masse, if you go to the flat earth channels, they'll have pictures from Google Earth. If you go to, they'll have pictures from they found on the web internet. They're like, using Google. All the conspiracy people are posting on the internet, which is owned by the people that run the conspiracies. So, but that's the part of the point of it now, is that the right-wing press, the right-wing, if you want to feed strange ideas into people, you realise you can't just do it in the newspapers anymore, and you can't just whisper it in the pub, but you can pay for a call centre in the Philippines to pump out whatever propaganda you want into whatever sphere. Obviously, the Russians affected the Americans, didn't they? The Russians affected the Americans by pumping out lots of information on 4chan and other websites that filters into the mainstream conversation, or the breeds underground and grows into a public forum. Yeah. It's interesting stuff. It is interesting stuff. I'm supposed to be talking about the police really rather than the mainstream media today, but thanks for the £10 super chat. And I hope you understand that in the main, I see the mainstream media as corrupt information gatherers who are trying to manipulate people's feelings for a political reason, but also have in some way to broadcast facts about the biggest stories of our times. So are a source of media. When it's something like this, you know, they might have edited, they might have cut off the bit at the front that made something look bad or something look good, so I might be missing things, but all I'm getting here is the gate, because it's the policewoman talking, and it's her doing the talking, not the mainstream media. So I'm getting the gate. How much of her talking can I see? Which bits of her talking can I see? But I'm not getting the full gate in terms of shall we show her or not. They're showing her, so she's in control of her own voice here. What is important as well, and we're going to see tonight, is that we get a different lead investigator, and it may be that the different lead investigator was put on because they want to control the narrative, and it may be the lead investigator was changed because they want to control the investigation in a different way. And the way the police interact with the media is what we're sort of talking about today, so we'll get to that.
Including a number of specialist
good point, truth and transparency. The only thing I haven't covered is Masons. We'd got to the end of the PSYOPs episode and I said Masons is too big, that's like its own episode, and all I could say was I just think no. I just think it's ridiculous to think that because you're in some posh lunch club where money's involved that you would cover up a murder for somebody else, because that would make you liable for stuff like that. You know, that would put you in the frame for going to prison for helping cover up a murder. So to think that people would risk their own life for Paul Ansell, you are off your fucking head, even if he's a Mason. Let me ask you a question, right? What's your best club? What's your best club? Even families sometimes turn in their own because they've done a murder rather than hiding and harbouring the murderer. Like, what's your favourite club? I'm a football fan. If I was at the football and someone next to me whispered that they'd done a murder, can you help? I'd probably say, listen, I know this is really hard, but I think we need to take you into the police, because if I start helping you, then I'm going to have to go to the police and get arrested as well for helping you cover up your murder. I don't see that. Some people see it. Some people think that. That's up to you. Me personally, no. I don't think they would. I think even if he was a Mason, they'd still throw him under the bus rather than risk all the other Masons. Paul Ansell could bring down Masons because he could come out and tell the truth. I'd murder him instead. If you're onto murdering people, why not murder Paul as well? Anyone who's a liability, fucking throw him in the sea. You don't know how shit like that works if you think they'd let him off and let him wander around. He's not that rich, is he? Paul Ansell's not that rich to bring down the Masons, to threaten the Masons, is he? Kim, £2 super chat, thank you very much. Yeah, I cannot buy the Mason story because, you know, if it goes all the way to the top and you've got, like, you know, Prince Andrew and people like that protected, they're going to murder people like Paul Ansell. Like, they wouldn't have all this going on. You wouldn't be hearing about it. So it points against Masons. It points away from Masons, if anything. The fact that this is even being talked about on the telly. Oh, they tried to cover it up. Oh, they didn't. No, yeah, come on. It became a big thing. They would have just binned him off. Do not underestimate the power of Freemasonry. Don't overestimate it. There's a difference between the power of Freemasonry and the power of your own sense of self-protection. Covering up a murder for an oik like Paul Ansell is not on the agenda for the Masons. It puts them at risk because someone like Paul could then bring the organisation down by speaking out. So I wouldn't be having that. If they murdered Jeffrey Epstein, they're going to fucking murder Paul Ansell, aren't they? I'm not having this episode become a Masons episode. I really am not. If you want to think that, all the people that think that, and all the PSYOPs people, go and watch fucking Armchair Knobhead. Like, there are people out there that will pander to your ridiculousness so that they can garner your views. Like, they're happy to have your views and your money because they think you're stupid and easier to manipulate. But I will give you the good grace of arguing against you and giving you reasons why. If you want to continue listening to what I've got to say and you think it might be sensible, better stick around, but don't be eggy because you believe in Masons and Scott doesn't. That seems a bit silly.
Officers from our Northwest Underwater Regional Search Unit.
So what I wanted to bring out here... Intensive operations. I believe when she said intensive, she means intensive in terms of investigation and staff hours. So already she's alluding to something that is I want to say stressful, but I've always maintained this. I've always maintained that the Lancashire Police have been underfunded for the last 10 years by the Conservative government. It's not a question of opinion. All the police have been drastically cut over the last 10 years by the Conservative. Oh, they put in 2,000 more policemen yesterday. Yeah, but the 20,000 they cut over the last... They have drastically cut all of your public services. They've cut your NHS. They've cut your... the Brexit, we're not putting the money into it. Let's be real. Right, these people are underfunded. They haven't got enough money to do the job that they're supposed to be doing. They can't catch all the rapists. They can't catch all the paedophiles. They can't catch all the, they're not able to do their job because they simply don't have enough resources. And then something like this comes in and she describes it as intensive, and it makes me feel that everyone behind the scenes has been asked to do a little bit more, and that this has been a bit more work than they think on a day-to-day basis they need to be doing as a small force. Or maybe they need more support to do that work. That's what I'm reading from that.
An hour later, as was her mobile phone, about 9:15 a.m. She was last seen walking her small brown dog on the towpath of the River Wyre. The dog was found about an hour later, as was her mobile phone.
And also these facts that when you watch this, you'll be trying to, but she said this about 9:15 and these facts. I'm not going to stick too closely to these facts, right? I'm not going to stick too closely to these facts because the facts are liable to change. Even at an early stage of investigation, if I was to be trying to find out information, I would be careful about believing anything anyone says in the first few days, because those facts need to be verified, they need to be followed up, and they're liable to change. Things are unclear on the ground on the first day, and then things settle. As the dust settles, you become more sure of your facts. I would also say that she doesn't know any of these things as fact. This is all hearsay. She is not on the scene taking this notes, looking at the phone. She's probably, as a higher up, she's probably like the Newsgate, she's probably got a lot of information coming to her and she's having to pass all that information. So I think she probably would say, okay, I want to go and visit this site. Okay, I want to go and visit the bench. Okay, but she's not the person, the first responding officer. She's reading a lot of different reports and she's putting information together, and now she's delivering that information. So that's hearsay. It doesn't mean that because she said on the first that this and this and this is, I'm not going to worry too much about the individual facts of what she's saying there.
So her family are very concerned, as are we. We've mounted a really intensive operation to try and find Nicola. So
the family are really concerned is important as well, though, as are we. I said that I could see concern on her face. The family are obviously concerned because they're concerned for Nicola's welfare. Is she concerned, as are we, she says. She speaks for the police. Are the police concerned for Nicola's welfare in the same way? I would argue no. I would say that the police, if you were to say to the police, there's somebody in the river and they've drowned and we've got to fish their body out, the police are not going to turn up with this sense of, oh my God, what a tragedy. I feel so emotionally, hang on, give me a minute. They see a lot more of it. They're a lot more desensitized to it. And while you've got your uniform on, right, while you've got your uniform on and you're in that role, you have to put your feelings and emotions behind you and behave to the role. Sometimes it requires compassion. Sometimes it requires some emotional handling of a situation, but a lot of the time with things like murders, missing people, other stuff like that, there's a slightly more dispassionate attitude, because if you took all this on as a personal emotional trauma, then it's going to lead to emotional trauma. So I don't think the police are as concerned for Nicola's welfare and the worry and the fears like that you would have for the family. I think they've got a different kind of concern, and my guess would be that concern is for their own public image, that they're not handling, like already she said it's a very intensive investigation. Already I feel that she's worried about their handling of the investigation, and she has concerns, and her concerns will either be that the investigation is not going to go as planned, is not going to be successful, they're going to be perceived in a certain way, concerns that the police might, what kind of concerns might a police person have? Not so much the same worries about sentiment, but maybe concerns about the operation, because that's what we're describing. Thanks very much for the super chat, Kim. Have you seen Pandora's Box post today? Extremely interesting. I do not know who that is or what that is, so no. No. Including
a number of specialist officers.
So she said a number of specialist officers, and she included them as an addendum, like added them on at the end. So she's got an intensive, listen.
To try and find Nicola. We've mounted a really intensive operation to try.
There's a slight sway, but her body is not singing for her here. She's looking around at these people. I think she feels nervous. She's slight sway. Her arms are down by her sides, or maybe holding something, and she's looking around. There's not this articulation. We found a number of her. She's not feeling very comfortable, and she's supposed to be the communications portal. You know, I say portal. She's the person that we're communicating with, and she's not being communicative with her body language. Okay?
And as are we. We've mounted a really intensive operation to try and find Nicola, including a number of specialist officers. So
the fact that she includes the number of specialist officers afterwards would make me feel that that's a small number. It's an added on small number. Initially we went out with just the normal police, the bobbies on the beat, and we went and looked at the river and the bench and wandered around the field, and then we thought, fuck. Right? Okay, look, you're doing it in chat. I will address it. Because we are a live stream. Okay, give me a second. Let me finish my point here.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Ganja Man, Gridlock Man, few Muppets in chat tonight. Let's welcome them. Come get converted. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I hope you enjoy the different image there. That was slightly less chauvinistic. I would say as well, there might be a few people here from different areas of the internet, fine. There might be people here who've come here from a different channel or two that have different opinions to me. You know, like I say, I don't like going on things that are hearsay and bullshit. I have to have facts. I'm not personally going to be mean to people. I hope that even if I've contradicted your feelings on Masons, that you don't feel I'm personally attacking you, and you can still be here and listen and talk and share, you know, feelings and talk. Because we're allowed to have different opinions, you would agree, wouldn't you? So if anyone's coming here from other channels and initially with a bit of a, oh, who's this chuffer? Yeah, convert. Like, we're here, open arms. Give me a bit of a break. I'm feeling a bit rough today, and this is a serious issue. So I've got my egg head on, but like my eggy head on, but I'm not always eggy. And I'm sure nor are you. So thank you very much for the tippies and good points there. Because it's come up in chat, I will take this. You've said Pandora's box and it's a post, so I'm not watching someone else's big YouTube video, but whatever the fuck it is that you want me to address, I find it a little bit egregious that I should go from my content onto somebody else's midway through my work. But you're not going to find Pandora's box on the internet very easily, because unless they're the biggest channel in the world, everything else is going to say Pandora's box, because Pandora's box is a very common term. So they have come up here. We are lucky. Right, we are lucky we've got them, but they need to change their name, because, you know, I search for a lot of Nicola Bulley stuff, so it came up for me, but otherwise unlikely. What do you want me to look at? Already we've got problems here for me, because I'm seeing a lot of posts from like look, what's this? We're seeing, like, you know, stuff off Facebook. As soon as I see stuff on Facebook, I start to think, well,
it's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Ganja Man, Rasta Man, we only go on facts. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
And they said they got 500 followers. That's their post. So, and you know, what do you want from me? I sent the link earlier. You can't send links in chat. About the anonymous Facebook post. All right, we'll forget it then. Sorry. Yeah. I'll answer that to you. It's a fucking load of bullshit. I could write anything on a toilet wall and take a photograph of it, and then you believe that. Nicola Bulley sucks cock here at 2:30 AM. Oh, she's alive then. She's sucking cock on that toilet wall. I saw it. It's an anonymous Facebook post, you idiot. It's not information from a local, Johnny Hartley. It's information from nobody you know, can't be verified. And so what if someone lives in the same village and they make up a load of shit? They've got their own gossip. If they come forward and they state it clearly, even if they want to retain anonymity, there are ways to do it, right? One, you could talk to somebody like me. I could interview you. I could put your picture blurred out, and I could change your voice. I could verify who you are behind the scenes, and then me, as an independent journalist, could say, I have verified this. You can trust me or not, but I have done. Here is how I verified it. I could take what they say and go and follow it up, look into it. You can't just say some bollocks and someone said they're like this. How many of these tweets and this bullshit have there been? How much bullshit do you want to... It's exciting. I know it's exciting. I know that he said, she said, her sister's boyfriend used to work at the factory and they used to have heads in chicken nuggets, and there's, you know, there's an old lady and she's got an Alsatian dog, and this Alsatian dog used to sleep under her bed, and then one day there was a burglar and he broke in and he killed the dog and he went under the bed, and she put her hand under the bed to see if the dog was still there, and the burglar licked her hand, and she thought that the burglar was the dog. It's campfire stories. Come back to me when you've got some verification and validation. Otherwise, how do you expect me to behave on the internet like a grown-up listening to a load of tittle-tattle that doesn't have any verification and validation? And if you are watching that channel, and if you are that channel, you know, either, if you want, you can go and do that. You know, go and do all the fucking fishwivery you want. It's up to you. But the rest of us will get on with the real world, and those channels will sink into oblivion because they will be reporting nonsense and it will come back to bite them. Much like the armchair knobhead reported a load of nonsense and then it came back to bite him. And then he even critiqued his own nonsense. So you won't catch me doing that. Sorry.
From our Northwest Underwater Regional Search Unit and specialist Nicola, right, including a number of specialist officers.
A number of specialist officers.
From our Northwest Underwater Regional Search Unit.
From our Northwest Underwater Regional Search Unit. Now, the police have got this way of relaying technical language. You know, sometimes they'll talk almost in a sort of logical framework. You know, it's like she's read this Northwest Regional unit. Like, she remembers all that. So she's shouting out the right people. Again, I believe it's more of a paperwork aspect.
List officers from our Northwest Underwater Regional Search Unit.
She means the boat people. The divers. She means the divers.
And specialist investigators who are supporting the family.
And specialist investigators who are supporting the family. She means police liaison officer. So what's worrying me about this is that in the initial stages, the police here are trying to give the impression that they are doing slightly more than they are. It's colourful language. We've got divers in the river and someone's talking to the family. Sounds like you're doing slightly less than. We've got an intensive investigation by a regional underwater specialist agency, and specialist officers are assisting the family. You see, there's so many more words there and it sounds a bit bigger and more important. But really what she's saying is we don't have as much resources, or as many resources as we'd hoped for this. It's stressful and strained behind the scenes, and that includes, we've got divers and someone's chatting to the family. We don't really have a lot more, you know, forensically. I feel a bit annoyed about this because it's been, you know, since I saw Paul's first interview, I've believed that there's been something well fishy about him, and that there should have been some investigation done about him, and maybe forensically at his house or other locations, maybe the car. Where is this forensic search? Are people, cadaver dogs, the car, any of that? She didn't describe any of that, so I'm assuming maybe they're not doing it.
As well as a lot of partners.
Big ups, Marcus. You can tell I'm in a bit of a chuffy mood. No, I haven't run out of weed. What it is that I take antidepressants. I'm on the point where I don't take them anymore. Like, I'm several years through the process and I'm good. Don't worry about me. But it's, as the effects of the antidepressant wear off, I get physical side effects, including sleeplessness, bad tummies. I'm a bit eggy. You know, it's hot. I feel physically not good, and I'll get through it. But a bit eggy, and then this topic as well. You know, this is quite a serious topic, and to be honest with you, like, sometimes I maintain a much more diplomatic approach to some of this stuff. But to be asked questions about Facebook posts in my comments makes me feel like I've attracted the wrong group somehow. Like, I know there's a lot of you smart people in chat. I know there's a lot of you that, you know, don't put up with bullshit. So I guess I'm just not suffering fools gladly today. And apologies to anyone who's, you know, felt I've offended them by calling them a fool, but we're way beyond that now, aren't we? You know, we're 2 days before the inquest, so, you know, the time for messing about has passed. Like
Bowland Mountain Rescue, Lancashire Fire and Rescue, and
Boland Mountain Rescue, who the fuck are they? I don't know what that is. The Mountain Rescue is a strange choice. They brought them in. And the Fire and Rescue. Now check this out.
There's a lot of partners like Boland Mountain Rescue, Lancashire Fire and Rescue and others.
And others. So again, I don't know how many others there are. There probably aren't that many others because otherwise you would list them. Yeah. The Mountain Rescue and the Fire and Rescue have been brought in. That means that you need extra people, physically just people combing the area, doesn't it? It means that you haven't got enough physical people because you wouldn't call up the fire brigade and the mountain rescue as well unless the operation you're conducting requires more people than you have. So in the early stages, they didn't have enough people to mount the investigation, the intensive investigation they wanted. So they brought in wider agencies. Now, of course, that's sensible. You know, of course, that is sensible, isn't it? You want them to bring in. Now, if my partner was missing, I'd want all the different agencies possible. I'd want people combing the area. But I would also hope the police would have enough resources to mount their own campaign and wouldn't be beholden to third parties necessarily. So that's, again, it might be me being political, but I think that's a statement here from her. Now, you've got to remember the police are in the middle of certain things. They've got a crime commissioner who's a conservative, like, politician involved in their receiving their budget. You've got the actual conservative politicians involved in their receiving the budget. They've been fucked about, cut back, reduced to nuts and bolts for the last 10 years. When they get an opportunity to talk in the media, they're going to realise that they're going to be... The cat's coming in the window. They're going to realise that they're going to be perceived as... I've told you about this, you nutter. You alright? Yeah. They're going to be perceived as not doing their jobs properly, but they also want to make it clear. But they can't go on the camera and say, oh, we haven't got enough money, we're getting underfunded by the Conservative government. So they can't say that. So I think reading between the lines here, she's alluded to the fact that they simply don't have the people power that they need. So it sounds almost like making excuses in advance. I'm going out there. Go on. I'm doing an episode. Sounds like they're doing excuses in advance here in a way, but also trying to make themselves seem like they're doing a big, good job.
And the Coast Guard.
And the Coast Guard. She also remembered, amongst others, includes now the Coast Guard. And that's a real reach, because what she means is, as part of the investigation, we're going to check to see whether she's washed out to sea. So the Coast Guard, I don't have the exact date on when this was being done and, you know, exactly what date the Coast Guard got involved. But the Coast Guard did do, you know, a bit of a check. The boats went out around the bay, but they drove some boats around in the sea. It's not like the Coast Guard are now turning up at the police force, you know, lending a hand. We've got 20 bodies from the Coast Guard up and down the river. It's not that. It's that we also rang them up and said, can you have a look in the sea? So now it goes on my list of things that I can do that make me sound good. It's almost like a CV, isn't it? It's almost like a CV. Like, this is all the good stuff that we're doing.
Thank them very much, as well as local people who've turned out in force, who are obviously equally concerned for Nicola.
I couldn't be happier.
Amber Lily sent
And then
tippies.
whoosh.
You enjoy that smoke.
Thank you.
Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
I always feel a bit embarrassed about this because I think people assume that I buy drugs with the tippies, but the tippies go into PayPal and I save them up to do stuff with streams. And then I got a little bit of cash from doing that. I still can cut hair a little bit, you know. My friends who, you know, I'm a bit of an older chuffer now, and I've got some good friends over the years who, you know, I know and see, and, you know, I can cut a few bits of hair, get a bit of cash. I don't need to do YouTube to pay for my weed smoking, but I am grateful for the money. It's going to go into media production, you will see.
And we appeal for anyone who may have been driving through the village of St Michael's last Friday morning.
I want to just focus again on this.
We thank them very much, as well as local people who've turned out in force.
As well as local people who turned out in force. She forgot to thank the local people. Like, she thanks all these agencies.
We thank them very much, as well as local
people. Make sure to thank local people. Feels a bit like you've done a bit of a scripted thing and it's almost like an Oscar speech in a way. I don't want to use the language of acting too much because I feel it will set off the PSYOP people. But you've got to remember that people in front of the media like this who are not, like, she's not been on the telly very much in her life, so to her it feels like one of these moments, like all the cameras are on her, the contextual the way she can contextualise it is through her own perceptions of people who have been on the telly with all the microphones. So people do start to act up a little bit, and I feel this is part of that. You know, the Oscar speech, the thank yous.
And the Coast Guard. We thank them very much, as well as local people who've turned out in force.
And the local people turned out in force. She says the same language as Emma White used in one of her interviews about turning up in force. And I thought it was strange. Now I know where Emma White has got it. She's got it from here. In force is interesting because you are the police force. What you mean is a lot of them have turned out, don't you? Like in force. Or do you mean there's some sort of strength to their turnout? You know, the force of them turning up. It's interesting they were added on at the end as like a separate thing. They forgot to thank them. So I don't think she perceives them as being very useful.
Who are obviously equally concerned for Nicola. And we appeal for anyone who may have been driving through the village of St Michael's last...
There was a dry... She did it as well. When you get this dry mouth and this swallow, it's nervousness and stress, anxiety. So this moment of appealing to people for dash cam footage stresses her and causes her anxiety. Again, it's an admission in public that we don't have the stuff that we need, that we're not doing our jobs very well. We don't have any video of Nicola really. We still need somebody to come forward with a bit of dash cam footage so that we can put a cross through this or a tick through that. Like at this early stage, we don't have what we would like to make proper decisions on the Nicola Bulley case. Do you want to come in? In out, shake it all about. All right. Come on. So I think she's giving an admission here that, and that's why she gets a dry mouth, and that's why she finds it so much of a worry, because it's publicly stating that we don't have the things we need to do our job properly.
Appeal for anyone who may have been driving through the village of St Michael's last Friday morning at about 9:15, or who may have dash cam footage that could be of use to us.
And she separates that, not just dash cam footage, but people who might have been driving through or might have dash cam footage. So even if you were just driving through, you might have seen something. This is old school policing. This is before. This is interesting. I like this. I'm glad I'm doing this. So this is before you get CCTV. Now you want to go out again? The cat's in, out, shake it all about. She's in and out more times than a... I wanted to say something sexual then, but I'll leave it. So big ups Chumba, big ups people in chat. So and also, if any of you are talking, I see a few of you are talking antidepressant medication, because I brought it up. We have got a Discord and you are invited. We have a mental health space there. So I'll quickly grab you that. I can't always invite people. Copy this. I can't always be there to support directly, yeah? But there's generally always someone on our Discord. Usually they are. The nutters seem to stay up all night. So you get nutters. So you can get on there and you can talk about your different mental health things in a mental health space with people going through similar things. I really want to shout out the Mimps and the Super Chuffers, the Chuffrajettes, who helped somebody particularly with their struggles recently. And also, I will shout this out right now because it's important. You go to our channels, you go to Mental Health Monday, and I've done a load of videos about mental health. So you're not struggling on your own. There's a lot to watch there. I can't always be there one-on-one to help people, but I put all this resource into it. We've got a mental health space on our Discord, so if you are struggling in any way, or you just want someone to talk to about it, it's not just this chat. You can go into the chat in the Discord as well and talk about it there. Okay, so...
Or people who may have been dog walking in the air.
So what I wanted to say about this that I think is really interesting...
Friday morning at about 9:15, or who may have dash cam footage...
So initially she wanted people who've been driving past. The dash cam footage was not the first thing that she wanted. It's almost like going back to a more fundamental old school form of policing. Boots on the ground, direct interviews, direct witnesses. The dash cam footage was asked for as a supplemental afterward. If it was so important, this is you on the telly as the police able to talk to the public. If what you really need is a bit of dash cam footage, you'd be on there first thing. Right, Nicola Bulley case, we're appealing to the public for dash cam footage. Nicola Bulley has been missing, we're appealing for dash cam footage. If anyone's got dash cam footage, that's what they should be doing. Instead, she's asking if anyone's driven through, if anyone's got any, almost like an older school. This makes me feel that she's not happy with the current state of CCTV footage. At this point in the investigation, we are to assume Paul Ansell has supplied her with CCTV. Somebody has got CCTV of Paul Ansell's driveway, assuming it's Paul Ansell. Emma White was the one credited with releasing those images to the media. When we get hold of the images from the CCTV in the media, Emma White is credited with that. When it goes onto the internet, Jizzy True Crime is the one who's done that. Yeah, she can tell us Paul Ansell's friend sent it to her. She can tell us that the fucking dog sent it from the moon. I don't care what she tells me. At the moment, she's the one that's published it on the internet. That's as far as I can follow that chain. Yeah. So as far as I can follow the chain of the CCTV, Emma White's name is on it. Jizzy True Crime's name is on it. Paul Ansell's name is never on it. Paul Ansell is not said to have given us the CCTV, despite the fact you would assume it would be his, because it's come from his chuffing house, hasn't it? So she's got that at this moment, I'm assuming, and yet she's appealing for people not who have got other forms of CCTV. Dashcam gets mentioned, but initially and afterwards, she's appealing for physically people who were there and saw her. She wants something more concrete, so it makes me feel that she's not happy with the quality of the CCTV.
Friday morning at about 9:15, or who may have dashcam footage that could be of use to us, or people who may have been dog walking in the area or on the towpath to come forward.
It's interesting she only mentions dog walking. I don't know at what point the information gets through and out and round again. You know, I haven't done a detailed timeline of the mixed up information, but there was mention of fishing people the day before. There's a pub up the road, there's a church, there are people that are going back and forth to school. She doesn't mention any of them. She's really only interested in people who are dog walking. So what that makes me think is that somebody has come forward and said, I have this information, and let's say, for example, you're a dog walker or a person in the field and you saw Nikki walking her dog and you're telling the police. Yeah, maybe that's happened. You know, someone thinks they saw Nikki, didn't they? Maybe that's happened, right? But also, maybe they say, yeah, I'm not just the only person in the field. There was someone else there with a big dog. Now the police are looking for that someone else as well. You understand? They're looking to corroborate. They're looking to confirm a report here, specifically of a dog walker. So if there were two dog walkers and they saw each other, then they're both there, aren't they? If I said I went walking the dog and there was Nicola and there was some other woman, you want that other woman as well. So that's what I feel is happening here. The reason it's a specific of a dog walker and not someone at school or a pedestrian is because she's looking specifically for a dog walker who's been mentioned in a witness report. That's my guess.
Or who may have dashcam footage that could be of use to us, or people who may have been dog walking in the area or on the towpath to come forward.
Dream Big says police were gagged. I mean, they're not gagged. They have a process to follow and they don't release evidence. Like, the police are not in the police have no obligation to you, the public, to release evidence about an ongoing criminal investigation. However, this was not an investigation that was criminal. So any sightings of Nicola, like, evidence is a funny word. And again, I'll refer you to our episode. If you go to the playlists and you go to the Nicola Bulley playlist, you won't find it on there because I haven't put it on there yet because I'm an idiot. But in Thus, it's... no, I did put it in the Nicola Bulley one, didn't I? I am an idiot, sorry. Look, Nicola Bulley playlist. It's called What is Evidence? It's the last video on the list. You can't see it there because of the way the frame goes round. But it's called What is Evidence? Nicola Bulley, What is Evidence? And so I did a full live stream all about, there it is, what is evidence? So in a missing persons investigation, evidence is different from, like, what I'm trying to say is, in a criminal investigation, you have evidence for the criminal investigation. In a missing persons case, it doesn't have to go to court. It's a missing persons case. So when we talk about evidence, we're talking in a more linguistically colloquial way. You know, we're talking about facts rather than evidence, really, because evidence is a legal definition of something that goes to court, isn't it? But I understand what you mean, evidence. The police have not been gagged regarding evidence. They did release information such as what she was wearing, photographs of her, apparently taken from CCTV, which was part of their evidence. So unless Emma released that separately to them, you know, the police also had press conferences. They had Peter Folding on the scene, who was not a police person, but they were there on the scene while he was talking to the press. I mean, I just feel like the police have not been gagged, so otherwise they would have not said things, and here I am watching them say things. So
They can ring 101, or if they have a sighting of Nicola, 999. Thank you.
And that's interesting. They can ring 101, which is like, fuck you, just, you know, the 101 number is, we can't take your call right now, but if you want to feel that you're talking to someone, you know, in the customer service thing where you ring up and like they just listen to, like YouTube have got a system where you send them a tweet and they send an automated tweet back to say, have you read the terms of service? It says this. And I'm like, that's what I'm saying to you. It winds me up. I don't want to be put on hold. But like, oh yeah, we're at 101. Don't worry, we've noted that down, yeah. You know, it's to placate you as the caller rather than to make your call heard. But the important stuff, 999.
101, or if they have a sighting of Nicola, 999.
If you've got a sighting of Nicola, it's 999. And there's a small change in her expression, which has been quite dour. I mean, strange expression to judge, and she's a police person conducting a press conference, so it's hard. You know, body language is a bit different here. But I wonder if there's a slight smile. There's certainly a
101, or if they have a sighting of Nicola, 999.
She looks a little more, I think it's a guarded smile. I think it's that, you know, poker face smile. I think they think something is up. I think they think something is, you know, why would you offer the 999 number if it's more serious if you've had a sighting? At this point, they were hoping she might turn up maybe, you know, an emergency number for a missing person who you've seen, an emergency number for a missing person that you've seen is a, you know, connect the dots there, is a read between the lines. Maybe they fear for her welfare. They certainly talked about concern, but they didn't mention welfare. It is always interesting to me as well that there is no specific missing persons agency. You know, if you see this exact person that we're looking for, just ring the normal police on the normal phone number and it will get back to us, I suppose. Like, it's a bit interesting that there's no Nicola Bulley case line or anything which was brought up, but it's early days still, so maybe you can't critique them on that.
Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Happy to take questions, she says, and she looks specifically at somebody who she's going to take the question from, I suppose. So happy to take questions more from this particular person than everyone. I mean, I understand people will have their own political feelings about the mainstream media, and there will be different mainstream media outlets there, and some of them will be the total dirt gutter press, and you won't want to speak to everyone. So, but yeah.
Sorry, do you know if Nicola was driving? Are you looking for a vehicle at all? Like when she drove?
Shaking the head here.
Got to this area?
No, Nicola was last seen on foot.
Right.
Nicola's described for those who are in the area as slight build, 5'3".
And she moves on to her description. So the question was about driving. No, the car is irrelevant to us.
Nicola's described.
So this is interesting as well, because in the criminal investigation, the car would be in very important. To me, the steps leading up to Nicola's disappearance is very important. To them, they're looking to find her. So the car is irrelevant because she's not in it. We've recovered the car, or we haven't recovered the car, or whatever. But the car is not, you know, Nicola is on foot. So it makes me wonder if she's really got her head screwed on about the possibilities here, about the options, or about if she's still naively expecting to find Nicola alive in some way, or alive or dead, but not in the fucking car anyway, that's for sure.
Those who are in the.
Nicola was driving. Are you looking for a vehicle at all? Like when she drove? Got to this area?
No, Nicola was last seen on foot.
Right.
Nicola's described for those who are in the area as slight build, 5'3" tall. She was wearing a black gilet jacket, dark trousers, and short green wellies. So
that information has all come out at the top of her head. It's something she's had relayed to her. You know, she hasn't seen this picture of Nicola and told, you know, she's out of her head reiterating information that she's had written on a piece of paper somewhere. So again, I'm not going to critique the exact, like, we could get into whether she was wearing those clothes and exactly whether she got that right, but I don't expect her to get it all right, to be honest. I expect her to make a few mistakes with the description because she's receiving third-party information, so, and then she's relaying it. But interesting that she chose to do that after the question about the car. It's almost like, again, it's like she forgot to do it earlier maybe, and now she's adding it on. Like, that wasn't the question, but yeah.
Mobile phone was found on a bench near the riverbank.
Very straightforward and fast to answer that. So again, this is a fact that she believes. I would say this is a fact that she believes is a fact. I don't know. I can't tell you whether the phone was on the bench because she said this, but she believes, you know, she was very quick to answer that.
Was the dog tied up or
No, the dog was loose and the dog was between the river and the bench.
And again, she's nodding her head in agreement with herself here. And the woman that she's talking to said, was the dog tied? She said, no, the dog was loose. So she wants to be clear and concise on facts, which I like.
was the dog tied up or
No, the dog was loose and the dog was between the river and the bench.
And she even starts to, you know what I was saying she wasn't doing earlier? She starts to use her hands when she's talking. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Doesn't mean it's the truth. It means it's her truth, what she believes at this time. And there was an almost self-satisfied smile
Loose
there.
and the dog was between the river and the bench.
You see this? It's like a big purse the lips, satisfied smile. You could say she's holding something back because she's pursing her lips, but because it's such a big self-satisfied smile, I think that the idea that she's the arbiter of these facts, these, like, you've got the mainstream press here, asked her a question, they got it wrong. Was she tied up? Was she this? No, she was this. And I'm the big one, and everyone looks to me and I've got the answers and these are the facts. And I've corrected the stupid mainstream press. That's what she, you know, there's some pride in her here. And that's okay as well, because she's leading a police investigation and she's, in her mind, doing the good job of clearing things up for the public, which is what probably, remember that she's got a boss as well, and they've got a boss as well, yeah? So probably her job, talking to the news, they've said, we want to make sure this is really clear. There's a lot of people turned up today, okay? So word from the top is clear facts, and she's pleased to get that, I would say, right. What she perceives is correct. I can't tell you if it's the truth, but she's very happy with that.
No, the dog was loose and the dog was between the river and the bench.
And no, she's turned from one side to the other in these questions, and here she sort of turns back. You see this face of like, oh, there's someone in the audience here with the microphone she doesn't like, and she's avoided them on these two questions. She's gone from one side to the other and avoided this person. Now she's coming to this person that she doesn't like. Oh no, she's not. She's not. She looked at them and then she looked away. Look.
The dog was between the
Look,
river and the bench.
happy with you. Happy with you. Not happy with you. So let's go back to you. Do you see how she did that?
searching any other areas apart from obviously near the footpath and the riverbanks? Is there any?
Yes, we are. Yes. She's not. She's a police officer. She's much more used to asking the questions. She's not very good at hiding her feelings, in my opinion. She's letting things show. Not because she's clever and contrived and doing a body language and she thinks, oh, this'll sell it, but because she's just doing that. She's in a slightly stressful situation, and when things become easier, the truth, like when you can tell the truth, it's easy because you can just talk and talk and talk. For some people, they can lie and lie and lie and lie, but for this lady, she's answering the question in her mind before it's vocalised, and the answer is yes, loads of places.
Are you searching any other areas apart from obviously near the footpath and the riverbanks? Is there any other areas in this, near the local vicinity that you're checking? Or?
We've searched an extensive area along the riverbank out of St Michael's, so that we're being really thorough, and you can probably hear the helicopter in the distance.
There's a slight concern here and a slight face of worry that comes across her when she realises that the answer to the question is twofold. The journalist is asking, have you searched wider, meaning barns, houses, Paul Ansell's garage? You know, have you searched wider? But she nods, yeah, absolutely we've searched wider, because in her mind, we've not just done this bit of river, we've gone all the way down the river, and we've gone along the river, and we're thinking she might go out to the sea, right? So there's two different narrative branches. She was sure, yeah, we've done a lot more searching than just this area, because in her mind it's following the river, because in her mind it's, you know, following this river, isn't it? I think she's more, in terms of concerns, in terms of what she has as a gut feeling, she's more concerned with this river. She thinks that Nicola is in the river, has floated off down the river, potentially. But the question, and then as she's, you know, saying, yeah, we searched up and down the river, and then she's thinking to herself, but did we search wider and in the barns? And maybe she means that, and like, you know, it starts to concern her as she answers.
out of St Michael's, so that we're being
I
really...
just got to ask you as well in chat, can you hear this chair creaking? Because I can hear it creaking, and if it gets on your nerves, it gets on my nerves. If it gets on my nerves, it gets on your nerves, and I might have to swap it for the other one in the hallway. It was doing my back in the other one, but I might just have to swap it, so...
You can probably hear the helicopter in the distance. That has been up and about since Nicola went missing on Friday. Nowhere outside of this this area, yes, this locality.
What kind of things have you been using in search, like maybe say the helicopter?
Yeah, we've been using our police helicopter, our regional helicopter. We've been using underwater search officers. We've got specialist search advisors who've been advising on the area to physically search.
I haven't got any back support now, you see, but it's not going to make as much creaky noise, but it's better. Let's go back.
Nowhere outside of this this area. Yeah, helicopter in the distance. That has been up. No, the dog was loose, and the dog was between the river and the bench.
Are you searching any other areas apart from obviously near the footpath and the riverbanks? Is there any other areas in this, the local vicinity that you're checking? Or?
We've searched an extensive area along the riverbank out of St Michael's, so that we're being really thorough. And
You notice she does this as well, and the hands is now... This is much better for the body language, that she's using her hands to communicate, but there was this diplomatic almost blocking. So she's allocating sections. Paul did it as well in his interview. He used this exact body language, allocating sections, gates. But also, I don't want you to start asking too many questions. This is the answer, and this is the portion of the thing that I want you to see.
Area along the riverbank out of St Michael's, so that we're being really thorough. And you can probably hear the helicopter in the distance.
We're being really thorough. Don't question me on whether we're doing a good job. We're being really thorough. And you can probably hear the helicopter, so, you know, that proves it. Helicopters, you know, she doesn't ride the helicopter, she doesn't... But all police know that the helicopter does an awesome job. Like, you're out there in the fucking woods with your stick and your torch, and the helicopter radio's in. We can see them on the infrared, and you're like, thank fuck for the helicopter. So I think the helicopter is being... Again, it's being used to give gravitas, to give a sense of we're doing a really good job. We've got loads of people working on this. You know, we've got the helicopter up there, so...
That has been up and about since Nicola went missing on Friday.
Yeah, of course the helicopter's been up and about since Nicola went missing on Friday. I would assume the police helicopter is up and about all the fucking time, doing loads of stuff. I would assume you've only got one for the whole area, and always people are radioing in, and like the helicopter's quite busy. So just saying it's been in the air is a bit unfair. Again, it's this idea that you would add extra importance to your role and the things you're doing by overinflating them. It's like padding a CV.
Nowhere outside of this this area, yes, this locality. Nowhere outside and about since Nicola went missing on Friday. Nowhere outside of this this area, yes, this locality. Nowhere outside of this this area.
Nowhere outside of this area. She's not gone far in her mind. There's no need to engage with the... like your police forces are separated by borders, aren't they? And if you want to go and search in East Anglia, you call the East Anglia police and they search. So they haven't got any leads to say that Nicola has any connections with elsewhere. It's not like they've got somebody who said she's got a friend in Bristol, or, you know, she's in a bolt hole, in a Cornish bolt hole, like a Cornish bolt hole, like Philip Schofield was in. You know, it's just they're concerned with this local area. That's all. I mean, it's very early days in the investigation and stuff, isn't it? And it's interesting that they should be so certain on that, but in order to search elsewhere, as I said, you'd have to engage these other agencies. So no, they're not. They're not.
Nowhere outside of this.
But they are nowhere outside as well. Outside, inside. You know, I don't think they searched many places inside, did they? I thought the search was, you know, mainly in outside areas. But
This area, yes, this locality.
This locality. Again, it's a funny word, isn't it, locality? Like, why don't you just say what you mean so we could know exactly what you mean? But she did kind of, didn't she, this area? That's more basic language. So, yeah, they just don't think she's gone far. Yeah.
What kind of things have you been using?
You got that face again.
Yes, this locality.
What kind
I think she feels a bit like I did at the start of this episode, where she don't suffer fools gladly. And I think she's probably a bit fed up with certain things. Like, this is a almost school teachery face of, like, you know, here we go again with your bullshit. There's a smile there as well, though. Is this her trying to hide her smile? She's not trying to hide it much. She's just not doing the face. I think it's a face of confidence, you know, and I think it's a face of condescension as well. I don't think she thinks much of the reporters. And certainly, again, she did this thing where...
Nowhere outside of this.
She did an eye glance here. There's somebody here, over here, in the audience, you know, with a microphone or something. Maybe they've not been on camera in this sequence, but somebody's been asking her some questions or doing something, and she thinks they're a fucking idiot. And she doesn't want to ask them the questions. She doesn't want to take their questions. You know, she's looking to them there in that micro... It's not micro expression, it's just like in that moment. And then she goes back, and it causes her to... So there's someone in this group of journalists that she's not happy with the way they question her.
This area, yes, this locality.
And she ignores them. You see, she goes from that side to that side again and ignores in the middle. Maybe they've got the cameras in the middle and the people asking the questions are on the outer side. Maybe she doesn't like looking directly in the cameras, but whatever it is, there's this thing that she's avoiding.
What kind of things
She does it again.
in Searchlight?
And I think maybe this smile, therefore, is like this self-knowledge of having done that. You know, how I've ignored you, you fucking prick. Like, you know, there's a bit of self-satisfaction in that, maybe.
What kind of things have you been using in Searchlight,
But she's got a lot of the Emma White Gumbies on it.
What kind of things have you been using in Searchlight, helicopter?
Yeah, we've been using our police helicopter, our regional helicopter. We've been using underwater search officers. We've got specialist search advisors who've been advising on the area to physically search.
So again, she's reiterating that same list and she's making it sound really glamorous, but it's not that glamorous. It's divers and the plod. And we've got specialists now we've got specialist consultants who are advising us on the area to search, which means my fucking boss has called me up and said, "Are you searching the woods?" No. Get in there and search those fucking woods, you prick. You don't run your police force and say, right, we've got an investigation today about a missing lady who somebody said she's last been seen up at the river. So I'm going to need you out on the boats up and down the river. I'm going to need you lot working with the local community, get any information you can, dog walkers, whatever. You're going to be the liaison for the family. We've got you special sent in because we don't have one on our books because we're underfunded. So we've brought you in. You're going to be the family liaison. And, tell you what, give me a minute. Why don't I get someone on as a consultant to help me check where I'm searching in the right area? Because I don't really know what I'm doing. Like, that wouldn't happen. There's no special consultant that you call up. Hi, I'm doing some police work today, and I thought I could ask for your opinion on what kind of style and approach I should take. Like, you've got your job, your book, your protocol, so you follow it. You don't take special consultant advice unless in any facet you're glamorizing up. Maybe Peter Folding, I don't know if he was involved in this moment at this early stage, but you know, maybe someone like that who is on board already and you've had a chat with them and they've said, have you tried looking in the woods? And you say, right, I'll put that on my CV, had specialist consultant advice. You know, it's just fucking ridiculous. I don't know why she said that. I'd need to know. Again, I'm all about this truth, aren't I? So, tell me who it is. Don't dress it up in funny language. Tell me who you were talking to and what they said. Was it your superior officer or was it like, you know, to give them this funny title and then to not name them makes me feel that's really fucking weird.
Helicopter.
And I think it's showing me that you're having pushback from the top. Maybe you're calling them up and saying, we don't have enough officers to search the woods. So they're saying, well, don't search the fucking woods then, just search the river. You know, maybe it's a back and forth in this way, but you're having some pushback or some direction from above that's telling you that you're not doing your job right in some way.
So we've been using...
What's up in chat? Are you all right? Are you all right? I'm keeping an eye just quickly because someone said, what happened to this chat? The chat seems to be all right, isn't it, Dinkleberry? We've got a few different people in today, maybe, that you don't recognise. I hope you're not having a row. No one's having a row. I think you're all good. You know, I think you're all really good. Don't worry. The chat's fine.
Underwater search officers. We've got specialist search advisors who've been advising on the area to physically search.
So there's more than one then as well. Specialist search advisors. That's a group. That's like a... I'll tell you what that is. That's the Mountain Rescue. That's the Mountain Rescue. This is her just glamouring up. You know, she said earlier they got the Mountain Rescue in. They come in, you've got some chuffer in the Mountain Rescue who thinks they're the big chuffer, and they've been sat there with their cup of tea and their biscuit going on at her like, you know, oh, well, when we search, we usually go in the nooks and crannies and we check all the tributaries for all the streams. And she's like, right, yeah, you know, I'll put you down as specialist consultant. Now shut up and eat your biscuit and get out there having a look.
We've got a number of officers out on the ground.
Brum Vixen says, is BST a bot? Strange. We've got a mod in chat who's very sharp, so she'll be keeping an eye. I see BST quite a few times, so I've seen them in before, so I don't think they're a bot. So just if you personally really don't vibe with someone in chat as well, personally, then you have got the option to just like block them personally, and then you don't see their chat anymore, and it just doesn't bother you. So, but yeah, dissent is allowed within the ranks. Agree, BST. I accept. I want conversation and back and forth. I don't want you in chat to have a row with each other, but different ideas must come up in our chat, and if I get contradicted, I'm okay with it. So don't worry if anyone's contradicting me. I will talk directly about things, as I have done in today's episode, if I feel they're a bit over the edge, but otherwise we're all good, don't worry.
And physically searching this rural area, and of course the members of the public have been helping as well. This rural area.
Every time she says what she's doing is she's thinking of something that she wants to say, and then she's changing it into a different kind of language.
Who've been advising on the area to physically search. We've got a number of officers out on the ground physically searching.
That's obvious. A number of officers. Again, it annoys me that she clearly must know the exact numbers, because it's her job to allocate people's jobs and tell them where to go and what to do, isn't it? So she must know the numbers. The fact that she says a number, it could be one. One's a number. Could be two. Two, you know. So it makes me feel that she's overinflating the response from the police. So it makes me feel that she's not confident with the amount of people she's got doing the job. But she says a number of people.
To physically search. We've got a number of officers out on the ground physically searching this rural area, and of course.
And this rural area, and rural is quite an important point. Rural, we're talking about the countryside, aren't we? Is she using that as a descriptor so that those at home understand we're searching in a rural area? You know, this is not a metropolitan borough. Like, is she using it as descriptive language of her local area? Maybe. Is it there to mitigate in some way their abilities to search? Because it's a rural area, it's lots of forests and trees, so it's hard to search, and it's lots of space and it's hard to search, and we've only got a few of us and we're trying to get through all these fields. Are farmers involved? Rural, agricultural, farming. People are going to hate me for saying some of this stuff, but I will say what I think on today's episode. I think it's kind of the way to go. It's political because I'm vegan, so I don't think animals should be, put through some of the shit they get put through. And I see some people who own vast tracts of land, and they thought like they own the place, and they do literally own the place. Fences, can't walk your dog through here. Oh, you get fucking not gonna lead. Like maybe it's because I grew up in a village where there was a particularly irritant farmer, old Mr. Findon. He's not still around anymore, I doubt, but he used to give people literally the lickings of a dog. One time, me and my sister and my dad were out walking because my mum was poorly at home, so my sister picked her some flowers to take home, and he came up on what are you picking flowers for? You fucking... No, they're not your flowers, they're wildflowers. You shouldn't be like... He made her cry. My sister was only like 6. So like, you know, I've had run-ins with farmers. I've met some very nice farmers, but I also know in my local area there's a farmers union, and it's not just that they're scruffy chuffers on tractors. They own loads of land, they're very wealthy, and they've got Burberry coats, and they go out shooting animals in the woods. And like, you know, the rural land ownership, the Conservative Association, this goes into your Mason stuff now. This is where you get your Mason stuff. The idea that there is a smaller group of people who own lots more of the land and think they should throw their weight around, or that they have more weight to throw around in rural areas makes a difference. It does. You know, in your local rural area, you're going to have one or two people who maybe own a bit more of the land and have a bit more sway, a bit more swagger in some ways. It just happens. And rural makes me think of farmland in that way. And of course, in that area, you know, Marsh Farm Hall. So we've been given 2 indications now by this lady. I'm not so worried about the police these days now, actually. I was worried at the start, they're not got their heads on. But what I'm reading between the lines here, it might be my psychic spirit guide telling me this. It's just this one's really a intuition thing. But I've heard earlier that she mentioned something that I was able to push back towards Emma. I heard some language that Emma later on used. And I heard rural, which to me, okay, everything's rural. We're not in a city. But it means a bit more to me. It makes me think a bit more of like, you know, farmland. And that pushes towards Emma as well. That points towards Emma. I wonder whether Emma wasn't more under the spotlight, whether Marsh Farm Hall wasn't considered more seriously. Might still be. I might be saying this into the wind, but the inquest, because the inquest is in now in 2 days, right? The inquest is going to focus initially on Nicola's life. It's going to paint a picture of who she was as a person. It's going to talk about her, you know, from her history, her school, her family life, her work. It's going to have the autopsy reports. If the autopsy reports show foul play, if there are broken bones, if there is not the micro, like when you drown, and this is getting gruesome, so deal with it. When you drown, you breathe in your last breath of water, and you breathe it in strong because you want to breathe and you can't, and there's water, and that water goes into the soft tissue of your lungs because you force it in there with that breath. If you're killed in another way and then you're put in the river, that water doesn't get into the lungs in the same way. It can get into the lungs, but the microorganisms that exist in the water, the microbes, get into that soft tissue if you breathe it in, and they will proliferate or denature over time, depending on how long they've been there and how long you've been there. Being under the water will actually work like a fridge. Like, it's cold, you're sealed off from the outside environment, so you won't decompose as quickly as you would in an open field. There's no flies. You know, there might be detritivores in the river that will eat at the body maybe, but in a river like that, you know, we're not out in America with like some giant crayfish and like whatever. There's very likely to be a smaller amount of things attacking the body. So I'm hopeful for the autopsy that you would expect if she drowned in the river naturally. I say naturally, it's not natural, but you know, if she drowned in the river, I would suspect and hope to see the microbial indication of that in the lungs, and also they would be able to, better than if she was killed elsewhere and put in there, better date and time. Rough, it'll be rough, but the decomposition won't be as fast. She was gone a long time. How much of that time she was actually dead, I don't know. You know, whether she was held somewhere and killed later and then put in the river, we haven't really discussed that heavily, but you know, I don't know, but they should know, right? So you'll have that. If you've got any broken bones in the neck, if you've got any, like, there's very fragile small bones in the neck, you know, anything like that, I'm hoping the police to jump on it. And a lot of us, and I've been also saying this, you know, I've been saying misadventure, it's going to be an open verdict, it'll be the next Madeleine McCann, people will be talking about it for ages. For the next 2 weeks, it'll be big news while we all, you know, get eggy about it, and then it'll drift away. Some people will talk about it forever, maybe. That's a huge possibility. But I wouldn't also bet against the good people at the police to do their jobs properly, and to have been taking this time between us talking between this and the inquest in putting together their case, and all they might need is one small jigsaw puzzle piece, And it may be that the inquest turns that up. And if it does, I would hope that they would be knocking at some doors. You know, it could be that doors get kicked in. Do you know what I mean? It could be that doors get kicked in. So I'm hopeful of that. And from what I've seen of this interview, there are some very subtle indications that she's given that, I mean, she was very clear. The river, followed it down. That's her main thing. But she also described the rural area. She also used some language that Emma then reflected. There was one other one at the start, wasn't there, which I've completely forgotten now, but there were 3 points there that I feel point away from the river and to a proper investigation. So, hopeful.
The members of the public have been helping as well.
Was the what?
Of course, the members of the public physically searching this rural area, and of course, the members of the public have been helping as well.
That, and of course, the members of the public have been helping as well, was again stuck on the end. This is a bit that I feel counterbalance now. You get that face as well, the condescension. So I feel like what's happened is the members of the public have come forward in mass. She's had to listen to a load of bollocks. Like, people have been whispering in her ear and say, oh, I've got something important. Because I've had this over the last several weeks. We even had it in chat today. That people think because they've... And the one I've had that was really weird, I found... for example, a good example was somebody sent me that photograph of the driveway from a different angle. And I thought, well, that's not really... I'm not comfortable with using that on my show because it's like a photograph of that children's... Like, the children might be living there, so I'm not comfortable with using that different angle on my show. But it was interesting to see it behind the scenes. A lot of people sent me like a message to say, oh, have you heard this thing or that thing, or someone sent a video. And when I say a lot of people, I mean like 5 or 10 different people sent me the same piece of information. And that's okay because they can't see what I'm getting at my end. But after a while, I start to get irritated with it. Like, you know, I've been looking into this for several months. Like, do you think I'm naive? So, sometimes I'm surprised that, I mean, I'm not saying stop sending me things. If you want to send me things, that's fine. But I'm surprised that people assume that I hadn't seen certain things, you know? And I think that she's feeling the same way. The public have come forward. They're added on as an additional at the end. They've been very helpful as well. And what she means is we've had to fucking go through all the bollocks the public talk, all the prickle prattle, all the tittle tattle, all the he said, she said bollocks. And maybe she's put it all in the box of bollocks. And there's a bit of a worry there because if one person had got a bit of, like the same thing with this Facebook post that people are saying today, if someone's got some real information that could make a difference, yeah? If someone's got some proper information, the fact that they're mixed up with all the bollocks is bad for them. It means that we all write them off. So don't do that. Maybe there was some information that she overlooked from the public. She certainly is overlooking the information from the public. In my view, on her body language, she sees that as an additional thing at the end that has some condescension attached to it. So the public are stupid and they say a load of stupid bollocks. And that actually fits right with the actual structure of the narrative, because we know that there were some people who came forward and said that they saw... Alan did a big video on it. Do you remember? He said, don't bother going and watching his stuff. It's useless. Coming up on the inquest, make sure you're watching me and not him. Why would you want to waste your time on him? Somebody said that Nicola had an altercation. Sorry, no, that was a word Alan made up. An encounter with 2 people on the path. But it turned out that person was telling you hearsay and they hadn't seen it. They heard someone else say it. Someone told me that they had seen someone stealing my car. Someone told me that they had heard from someone else that someone was stealing my car. My car's still there, mate. Just shut up. Yeah? Like, do you see what I'm saying? So the police have discounted this third-hand hearsay stuff. They've had to follow up on it. And so I imagine this condescension comes when we've got a report of seeing Nicola on the dog walk. Oh, that's good. Send someone out to verify it. Sorry, boss. We've been out. We've talked to them. They're a fucking idiot and they've got it wrong. They can't be verified. In fact, the person they thought they saw was the postman with his dog. Okay, you know, on to the next lead. And they have to go through those leads, every single one of them, don't they? Every idiot that calls 101 that saw Madeleine McCann. Everyone that's seen Madeleine McCann in Portugal rang up. But everyone that saw her in Brazil rang up, and everyone that saw her in chuffing China rang up, and they had a million calls about Madeleine McCann. Now, she can't have been in all those places at once. You know, it's that sort of thing. So I think she's not really relying on the members of the general public as much as she... Well, I think she's relying on them as much as she will just stick them on the end here as a bonus. Oh, and also they're helping. Because they're not.
Was the what?
How suspicious or relies do you think this is?
Did you hear that man ask the question and she ignored him again?
Was the what?
Like, she pretended she couldn't hear him and then she went to the woman again. Whoever this man is that's... Like, we don't get the full range of all the questions here, do we? We're looking at it through this one little video, but whoever that man is asking the question, she does not like him. And this is why this is such a difficult body language read as well. There's so many different factors going on. It's not just her truth of what she thinks and the investigation, it's also how she feels about these people that she's interacting with or not interacting with.
Well,
Was the what?
How suspicious or relies do you think this is?
well, the police keeping a really open mind about what could have happened, but we do believe that that the likelihood is that Nicola's gone missing and that it is not a crime inquiry, but we are keeping an open mind.
That's important. I need to come to that. What's happening with the German in chat? What the hen's one of our people in chat? So I don't know why they're talking German. Maybe it's just a joke that they're having with someone and a meme. I think they're having a meme joke to each other. I think people talk German and they're talking German to each other. Go ahead. Have as much fun as you want. It's fine.
That Nicola's gone missing and that it is not a crime inquiry, but we are that the likelihood is that really open mind about what could have happened.
Suspicious or relies do you think this is?
Well, the police keep...
You can't really hear the question. She says suspicious, but I don't know what the full question is.
Was the what?
How suspicious or relies do you think
How suspicious are we? See if
this is?
it is. I don't know what the last bit of that question is, if anyone can pick it out.
Was the what?
How suspicious or relies do you think this is?
Well, the police...
Was the what?
How suspicious or relies do you think this is?
Well, the
I don't know what that question is, but...
police keeping a really open mind about what could have happened, but we do...
Well, the police... That's you.
Well, the police keeping...
Oh, reliable witnesses, that's what she said. How suspicious are you about the reliability of the witnesses?
Was the what?
How suspicious or relies do you think this is?
Well, the...
How suspicious are I...
Was the what?
How suspicious or relies do you think this is?
I don't know exactly what she says, sorry.
Well, the police keeping a really open mind about...
Well, the police are keeping a really open mind. But you are the police, so you should say we are keeping an open mind. But you didn't say that, you said the police. So that makes me think that you are not keeping such an open mind or are not in sync with whatever this statement is. You personally and your feelings are not in sync with this because you are the police. You're speaking for them.
Well, the police keeping a really open mind about what could have happened, but we do believe that that the likelihood is that Nicola's gone missing.
And it's almost like... you know, if someone's got to tell you bad news and like, well, you know, you've done a really good job here and everything, but I've got to talk to you about this other thing. Like, it's almost like a compound statement here. We're keeping a really open mind, so you can write off any negativity about us not keeping an open mind, but we're pretty sure it's this. So they're not keeping an open mind. They're pretty sure that she's... What did they say?
Could have happened, but we do believe that that the likelihood is that...
And when she did the so she's now dressing up what she really thinks in a more sanitised language.
A really open mind about what could have happened, but we do believe that that the likelihood is that Nicola's gone missing.
Well, of course she's gone missing, you fucking idiot. That's the whole point. Okay, no, wait, I get it. Sorry, I shouldn't have called her an idiot. That was a bit harsh. She means as opposed to murdered, doesn't she? Like, to us, missing, murdered, missing, all missing. Where is she? But she means she's gone missing, as in it's a missing persons case, not a criminal investigation. So does that also rule out suicide at this juncture? We don't think she's killed herself? Would that be a criminal investigation, or would that be an inquest sort of thing? So maybe you can say missing for that. Missing is a sanitised way of saying killed herself. I don't know what the truth is here of what she's trying to say, but we're here because Nicola Bulley is missing, and you're telling me, well, you know, we're keeping an open mind, but we really think she's missing. So what's the other possibility? That she's not missing, and that you're searching for her and she's not missing. She's hiding in the shed. It's all been a surprise. She is missing. The PSYOP people are going to fucking love that one. Because the other option is, oh, she's not really missing. It's a PSYOP and she's never been missing. You know, that. Oh, well, I'm not going there, but the PSYOP people are going to love that.
could have happened, but we do believe that that the likelihood is that Nicola's gone missing.
Of course, yes.
And that it is not a crime inquiry, but we are keeping an open mind.
And it is not a crime inquiry. So
Likelihood is that Nicola's gone missing.
you know how she's doing this in compound statements? Again, very police. She's giving you the what's the word? I want to say environment, the lay of the land. You know, she's painting a picture step by step. We think this wider thing, then we think this, and we think this. And the third thing is the thing that really is the answer to the question.
What could have happened, but we do believe that that the likelihood is that Nicola's gone missing, and that it is not a crime inquiry.
And that it is not a crime inquiry. She's very specific about that. She thinks it's not a crime inquiry.
That the likelihood is that Nicola's gone missing, and that it is not a crime inquiry, but we are keeping an open mind.
But we are keeping an open mind. So that even contradicts what she just said. So it's almost like she doesn't know the right answer. You know, it's almost like someone telling you, I think this, but obviously I think maybe not that, but it could be that. And so uncertainty is strong there. Strange to come from her, the police. Either she's going to tell you, we definitely think it's a missing persons and we're focusing all our attention on trying to get Nicola back. Like, even if behind the scenes you think it might be a crime, yeah, you might publicly say, at this stage, Nicola is a missing person and we are focusing all our attention, like almost like the media scripted correct answer there, isn't it? But then she said, we don't think it's a crime. It would only be a crime if someone had done a crime to her. Like, is suicide a crime? I don't think it is, isn't it? So, and it's almost like pleading with the furrow of the forehead, like almost like a please believe me. I believe what. Okay, so what I think it is that they don't want the like, you have to follow this through. She followed it through from step 1, step 2, step 3. I'm going to go step 4, step 5. So, if it is a crime and you're talking to the journalists, what's the other option? Like, you told them it's not a crime. Don't get going off on it like it's a crime. Okay, what if it was a crime? You'd start going off on it like a crime. Well, first of all, you'd have to have a suspect. So then the news media becomes suspect Paul Ansell, suspect this person, suspect this. She doesn't want that. She's not happy for that to happen. Why would she want to do that? To protect people, maybe? Oh, the PSYOP people are going to love that. To protect people. But I also think it could be that she's worried about the family, the children, the perception of what's going to be said in the media. This is the children's father. The actual family, I don't know if she herself has liaised with the family, talked to the parents and these other people. You know, don't know about that. Just give me 1 second. Oosh. So yeah, that final point was, in my opinion, to push the media away from speculation about a murder or a murderer. The same, because you know what we did on our show. You know what we did. You know what I've done, don't you? Like, this is what they didn't want me. This is what the police didn't want me to do. I'm reading from that. I should have watched their interviews first, because maybe I wouldn't have done it. No, of course I would have done it. Because I immediately, after watching Nicola Bulley 11 Facts, her friend gave us some facts. Paul Ansell did an interview by the river. He did an interview on the telly. There's the full interview that I uploaded to Sentries. I gave to Sentries to upload. These are, you know, straight off, you know, Paul Ansell starts talking. He's like, "Oh yeah, I definitely didn't murder her. I mean, like." So this is what she didn't want, and that's why she's saying no to the crime. Because the follow-on, if you say there's possibly been a crime, you know what the press are going to do. So she's trying to manipulate the behaviour of the press here.
Is that Nicola's gone missing, and that it is not a crime inquiry, but we are keeping an open mind.
Great Britain news. The Tory, basically paid for by Boris Johnson, I assume. Right, next, we've got a 20-minute full police press conference, same lady. And the way things are going, how are we up to in terms of speed? Telling me now would be a good time to insert ads. You can fuck off. How are we up to? How are you doing in chat as well? Are you all right? Is everything going well? Are you, enjoying yourselves? We're at an hour and 40. Yeah, we're okay for time. It might be that this goes on really long, and if it does, I can split it into 2 parts. We can pick up again tomorrow. There's no problem with that. Are you all having a good time? Are you all okay? Please send Tippy, says Robert. Do you want my Tippy's link? Do you want me to put the coffee.com Tippy's link up for you again? I think the Tippy slowed down when I changed the image of the... because I went for a less chauvinistic image, and I think that people don't want to see the fella jumping around. Maybe I'll change the image again. There's the Tippy's link. I shall change the Tippy's thing again. I'm looking at some choices. They all look really inappropriate. I'll choose this one. Okay. I don't know how appropriate that is, but we'll get back to it. Poor Sally. This is Sally, isn't it? This one. Sally, yeah. I don't know how... I don't know about the inner workings of this. I don't know about how she has done her job over the years. I know a little more about the officer who got put in. Like, let's be really clear about this. Let's be really clear about this. There's a channel. Again, they suffer from this. I keep complaining about it. They're called So, and then like, how do I find them? Are they still up, or did they go away? There's a lot of channels that are hard to find with funny names. Like, you want a really individual name. But there's a channel that was doing really good videos. Okay, this will be you. You've changed your name. Good, I suppose. But confused me. So they were doing really good videos about Nicola Bulley. And I'll put them in chat. I think they might have had a bit of a stressful time as well. And I don't know how they... I'm not advocating everything, right? I'm not advocating everything, and I don't want people to give them any abuse or shit or anything. Just, mental health is difficult when you're looking into these stressful and serious things. So, but they're a sharp mind, and when you've got a sharp mind and you're questioning, that's where you can, almost like a beautiful mind or something. I don't want to accuse them of being nutters, but just, I worry about them and their mental health sometimes. I'm not slurring on them there. I'm being serious, right? So this is because they made a video about me and said I was being a chuffer or something, and I didn't want anyone to give them any shit, okay? But they were the person that was talking about Edward Snowden. They were talking about the roles of the police. They knew a bit more and looked into a bit more about previous police investigations in the area. So when you hear someone like that armchair knobhead, when you hear him say, who is it? This one, she was big in the serious crime thing. He's got it all off So. He's got it all off So. Addendum. He's got it all off them. So she dug up some really interesting stuff. We can have a look at it. For me, that gets more political, because I do feel that I'm not the right person to talk about these crime commissioners, because I will just lay the fuck into them. I just think they are like absolute chuffers, worst kind of chuffers. Andrew Snowden, worst kind of chuffer. Worst kind of chuffer. Inquest. Nicola. I wonder if I can still find this. So there was a number of things that were put under review after the Nicola Bulley case, started to go through the process. And what Snowden called He said, overall, Lancashire police have done their utmost in what has been a media frenzy to get across the key messages, but I do think those messages did not get through at critical times, and control was lost over the narrative about why the police were making certain decisions. A full independent review would ensure lessons can be learned, not just for Lancashire, but for all forces, including how such cases can be best investigated and communicated under such spotlight and scrutiny. So his concern is not for the welfare of Nicola's family, it's not for the welfare of her children, it's not for the welfare of the police officer investigating the case. His concern is not for the truth of the case, it's not to see whether they got the correct outcome in the case, it's not to see... This is before the inquest has been released that he's calling for this. Yeah. What he's really not happy with, being as he's an oiky politician, a spotty, literally spotty oiky politician, like being as what he's interested in is the budget and the, you know how the budget seems to go. I'm not even gonna get started on it. You know, getting your hand on the money tap, suddenly you've got full buckets. I mean, this chuffer though is concerned with the control over the narrative about why the police were making certain decisions, and he's interested in how they can communicate, you know, lessons learned. So I'm really unhappy with that. You know, I'm really unhappy with that. Don't get me started. That's why I'm like, don't get me started on those chuffers, because it would just be me going on, won't it? But that was even like we let that happen. We don't get me. You know, we can't. I know. You didn't do it. None of us did it. But we didn't used to have crime commissioners getting paid taxpayers' money for occupying a seat. It's like a fake job they invented. You know, we didn't used to have that, did we?
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Jessica sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much. These are police people, apparently. It said it on the... Thank you very much for the tippies. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the crime commissioners... me personally, I would rather abandon the crime commissioners, just throw them in the sea, and then instead we could have all the money that they spent on the crime commissioners, so they could just give it to police people to do their jobs, and we could have like 3 or 4 more police people, and it would make like slightly more sense than having someone fucking about and creating inquests into why they can't control the narrative. So this is them failing to control the narrative. That's what this is. This is the press conference. Snowden's not happy, you're not controlling the narrative. So we'll do this one, it's 20 minutes long. I've got a feeling we're going to end up doing the other one, who's in the thumbnail. So now I'm doing clickbait thumbnail, but we're going to be moving on to her possibly tomorrow. Possibly. And then it's Big Alan drop, isn't it? We'll do Alan is an idiot tomorrow night, and then Big Alan drop on Sunday. You will be amazed at what comes out. So yeah, let's go.
Thank you for coming. I'm Superintendent Sally Riley. I'm the Operations Manager for Lancaster, Morecambe.
This is from The Sun, and there's loads of microphones, but it is quite quiet. Thanks very much, mainstream media.
Wire.
Questions in chat there. Again, I will deal with this sort of thing again. Buzz the Cat, is Paul's dad a policeman? I have seen no evidence that Paul's dad is a policeman. I do not know Paul's parents' background. You know, none of that. Some other people said he was an artist, because there's an artist with a name. Like, if you can't get that answer in chat. You can't get the answer from me unless I've got like his employment record. Like, some things are just, there's an awful lot. You've got to have these buckets, and one of your buckets has got to be the maybe bucket, and that bucket is also sloshed in there with a load of fucking bullshit. You know, to get it out of the dirty bullshit bucket into the facts bucket, to polish it up and clean it up for it to be a nice shiny fact. You know, there you go. You heard Paul's dad's an artist, yeah. You know, I could say I heard Paul's dad's the fucking man that carved the faces on the Mount Rushmore. What the fuck does it matter? It's just somebody saying something. So again, you're getting counter argument here. Is his dad's an artist? I can't confirm that.
What Ian sent tippies. Keep chuffing Super Chuffer by gups. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Quite like that. When I first got the tippy sound, right, I was so excited by getting tippies. When I first got tippies on the stream, when I got tippies, I would put my arms in the air, like as an automatic surprise response, like, whoa, got tippies. I used to do that. David Williams says, fact, I don't know why I'm reading this, but it's for this same reason. But Ansel's cousin's girlfriend disappeared in the early 2000s. I don't know, is it a fact? We can investigate it and do a thing on it. I apologise if it is, and I'm, you know, telling you that I can't believe you, but like, I'm not to believe anything that is not validated with proper evidence for me. So maybe we'll look into it and do episodes on it and stuff like that. You know, in the future there might be time for that. But right now, while we're trying to find out what happened to Nicola leading up to the inquest, and I'm critiquing the police's, I suppose, performance in the media, my episodes, they don't start rambling off into he said, she said stuff off Facebook. They just don't. So, you know, some people want that stuff. They can find it elsewhere. Because you'll get all the different, you know, bear in mind the information that you receive through things like Facebook or social media or he said, she said and comments. It's the stuff that got most popular. So it might not be the truth. It's the stuff that got most popular and the most sensational or interesting.
Someone sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
They like this better than they like the other one. Thank you, someone. Yeah, the stuff that becomes most popular is not necessarily the truth. Bear that in mind, you know. And there are reasons. You obviously know there are reasons why sensational things will become popular, won't there? You know, if Paul used to have an Etsy shop where he made hammers, then that would be right on the top of the thing. I heard Paul had an Etsy shop where he made hammers. Hammers. He hammered her in the head. He's a hammerer. Like, whatever sensation, the information we really want to focus on, really, is that Paul Ansel himself, Eddie did a good video today. Paul Ansel said that he put his gym kit on. Like, go back. I'm not going to be, I'm first about this. I'm not first. Paul was first to go on the telly and say a load of bollocks. And the reason I did 5 hours red flagging him, right, followed by 3 hours red flagging him. Yeah, the reason we've got 8 hours, his interview is 28 minutes, and my breakdown lasts 8 hours because every single thing he said, I was able to pull out and take apart, and it looked bad. So I'm not going to be like, I'm first, but god damn it, I watched it live, so to speak, recorded it, did it the next day, but watched it live, so to speak, fresh, and pulled that out on day one. Bang, he's wearing his gym kit. Why is he changed into that? It doesn't fit in the story. He said he did this and then he did that. Like, there's so much of it that for me, I don't know why it's just this one thing, but they're the facts you want to worry about. Forget whether his dad worked at the fucking pub. Like, what he said and did is what you want to focus on. What Emma said and did is the next most important bunch of facts, because they're out there saying it and doing it in public. Bit like this.
It's been a week now since Nicola Bulley from Inskip in the local area went missing. Her family, particularly her partner, her children, her parents and her sister, are in real agony while she remains missing. And I want to pay particular tribute for their patience and dignity and strength.
Okay, so we're at a proper press conference now, but we have not got the family with you. Usually in these events, you have a couple of members of the family who are making emotional public appeals. And what's lacking here is Paul Ansel or the family. Neither have decided to attend this press conference, or maybe they've not been given the option. But usually, you've seen it, we've all seen it, Tracy Andrews, the road rage killer, you know, there's people there that are making a public appeal, and it's for their loved ones, and the police are sort of supporting them through the press conference while they read their statement and this and that. This is very different, isn't it? This is the police talking to the mainstream media, because over the couple of weeks that this got going, the criticism was we're not being given enough face time with the police. Our questions are not being answered by the police. Dan did his Paul Ansel episode and said the police didn't want to come on our telly programme. So this is their public manipulation of their public image as the police, rather than an appeal for information from the police to the public, in my opinion, because it's been set up with just you and the media and you've not got the family. But what you have gone for is that emotional appeal at the start. This is about the family and the children, and it's sad. Alan Vinnicum will use a emotional montage at the start of his episodes, to make you feel emotional. So you open your wallet, that's a different technique. But it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting to edit together a load of photographs of Nicola Bulley's family at the start of your YouTube videos. Oh, I'm doing a lovely tribute to her. You don't fucking know her. You got all these pictures off the internet and you edit them together so that people will start to feel emotions they don't have for you and your operation. Much like this.
Skip in the local area went missing. Her family...
Stated as well, it went missing. Okay, I need to pull this apart in loads of ways.
I'm Superintendent Sally Riley. I'm the
I will note, she looks much more tired than she did on the last episode of her talking to the camera. Her nose is bright red as well. Is that stress? A lot of the time people can feel blood rush to their nose when they're nervous. If you're on camera, you know, it can do that. It could be cold. She's got a cold. I'm seeing someone she was a bit more smiley and a bit more at ease the last one. Even though she looked at a lot of times stunted and scared, here it looks worse.
Manager for Lancaster, Morecambe and Wyre.
Big deep breath there. Lancaster, Morecambe and Wyre. Wyre came at the end with the big deep breath. This is the source of her troubles, the Wyre area.
It's been a week now since Nicola Bulley from Inskip in the local area went missing.
It's interesting she said Nicola Bulley from Inskip in the local area went missing. Is that to clarify because Nicola Bulley from Essex, who moved to Inskip, went missing? Or is that to clarify in some way? Or is it because she didn't want to say Nicola Bulley went missing in one statement? She wanted some padding in between the two things? Because went missing gets a purse to the lips and a slight look of concern, which would say to me, we're using this language still, but we're not happy with it.
Nicola Bulley from Inskip in the local area went missing.
Went missing. I think she's starting to doubt that now.
Her family, particularly her partner, her children.
There's a lot of blinking as she comes onto this family, partner, children bit, but she's also aware the camera flashes and stuff. You know, she's got this media in her mind, and so I perceive this as a combative between her and the media rather than supportive.
Her parents and her sister are in real agony while she remains missing.
And she's driving that point home to the media with all my... Has she got eyebrows? I'm not being rude, but is this why she looks a bit strange? Because she doesn't appear to have eyebrows, but she would be raising one in a sort of... she's such a police person, isn't she? You know, when the police are like stood in front of you with their little book or whatever, and like, sorry, I shouldn't diss them because they'll come around my house and kick my head in. But, you know, I love the police. Please don't come around my house and kick my head in. They're underfunded and they've got a tough job. But the, you know, the eyebrow of like, you know, hello. It's almost like, hello, what's going on here then? That raised the eyebrow and the look. And it's to the media, it's not to you at home. You're discounted. You're the public that turned up to try to help, no help whatsoever. It's a battle between her and the media here. And she's disgusted by the behaviour of the gutter press, because we all are. Like, some people were critical of us YouTubers, of people like me making YouTube videos, because you could call it, what's the word? We're going to have my background music on at the same time, are we? Yeah, go on. We could call it, there's a word for it, like torture porn, not torture porn though. Tragedy porn. You could call it tragedy porn. Some people engage in tragedy porn. You will see them on their channels. Tragedy porn. Yeah, tragedy porn. Some people like to see some other people suffer. Some people like to, it's a feeding frenzy, it's a news story. Some people like to see others suffer. Tragedy porn. In fact, this soothing music is not the right music for this moment, is it? Maybe I should choose different music. Anyway, but I don't engage in tragedy porn. Certainly don't. I'm dealing in humanity here. But I believe that she perceives this mainstream media as these tragedy porn. In fact, I'm going to turn off the background music for this one because I think it's a bit serious. I believe that she perceives this mainstream media as tragedy porn, and that they've already, between the last time and now, been publishing some things that she's not happy with, because the family that she gets to engage with and see through her liaison officer maybe are upset. We know the family actually made a statement at the end, didn't they, to critique Sky News specifically. So,
and I want to pay particular tribute for their patience and dignity and strength at this time.
strength.
In the last 7 days since Nicola went missing, a week ago today, the police have done a number of enquiries to try and find Nicola.
The police have done a number of inquiries. So it's falling apart here. Like, you would analyse her performance and say, you're supposed to be the spokesperson for the police.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Someone sent tippies. Super
Thank you.
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you, someone. I'll check that just quickly, because sometimes they don't go, people complain, oh, you didn't get my message. So I just check that it is just anonymously someone. Yeah, it is just anonymously someone. Okay, thanks. Thank you. And thank you, Lisa. And thank you, What the Hen, who also sent me tippies. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to say that her language then, the grammar, the syntax fell apart. It wasn't eloquent language. So that would show me that maybe there is some falling apart under the stress here. Like, maybe it's a subtle subconscious feel. I said before as well, she liked the nuts and bolts on the ground policing better than the CCTV. I think she's a bit more down to earth in a way. I think she's a bit more, would rather be a bit more real. And I think she's not able to, because she's being this police spokesperson. And I think that when you are the spokesperson for an organisation, sometimes your personality gets put aside because you are now the police. You are a police. They do it in America, don't they? What's your job? Oh, I'm a police. Like, they say it like that in The Wire. She is a police at this point, but her true nature is a bit more get things done and don't fuck about. I don't care if I say you done it and what we done and got the wrong. I don't care about my verbs and my conjugations. Get in the back of the fucking van. You know, I think she's a bit more like that, really.
Tribute for their patience and dignity and strength at this time.
That's really difficult as well. A tribute to their patience, dignity and strength at this time. It's so morbid. She didn't talk about their hope. You know, it's so morbid. It feels like she's doing a piece at a funeral. Like, and there's a very... Like, there's an almost like sunken look in her eyes. No, not literally sunken, but, you know, because people are going to... I'm not critiquing on how she looks, like, physically, although she does look quite tired. I do as well. But I think, you know, sort of darker acceptance. I think she thinks she's dead. That's what I'm trying to say. I think she thinks Nicola's dead. That's what I think she thinks at this point now.
In the last 7 days since Nicola went missing, a week ago today.
A week ago today. Right, so this is a week. It's only a week, but that's quite an important amount of time. Like, you're not going to survive in the woods for much longer than 2 weeks. If nothing's... Like, I think they have this thing with missing persons that if something comes up in the first 48 hours, like, they come back and we get them, and if it goes on longer than this amount of time, it becomes a problem. So I think this is maybe a flag in a map. A week has transpired and she is not back. So, do you know what? I really like my background music. What do you think? Can I have it on? I don't want it to be too intrusive. I don't want it to be the wrong sort of music. Maybe I change to this one, the sleepy one, because I do like something in the background. We'll try this.
A number of enquiries to try and find Nicola and to bring her home to her family. In particular, the search is focused on the riverbank and the river wire here in St Michael's. An unprecedented number of search resources have been searching the river and the bank.
Okay, so notice this.
The search and to bring her home to her family. A number of enquiries to try and strength at this time. In the last 7 days since Nicola went missing, a week ago today, the police have done a number of enquiries to try and find Nicola.
The police have done a number of inquiries to try and find Nicola. That's the wrong sort of language. That's not correct. The police have conducted a number of inquiries, and they've all come to nothing, obviously. She didn't say that, but we all know they've come to nothing. So that's worrying her.
And to bring her home to her family.
And to bring her home to her family. That's not happened. Yeah? It almost feels like she's saying, look, we've done what the police would do. to bring her home. That's not happened. So if she's out there and she's just wandering around, we would have found her and brought her home. Things are getting more serious.
In particular,
she took a breath and she slowed down for this. And you'll notice now when she starts saying this next thing, she very carefully chooses each word. She just made a small slip up in syntax. She didn't say the wrong words. She didn't say the opposite meaning, but she made a small, the police done what the play what I wrote. You know, she did one of those. So she's not just being careful to not do that again, but she's being careful. Yeah?
the search is focused on the riverbank and the river wire here in St Michael's.
Almost scared when she says it, almost with fear. The search has focused on the riverbank.
On the riverbank and the river wire here in St Michael's.
The search has focused on the riverbank here in St Michael's. She said there was something else. She said at the start, the police have conducted, she didn't say conducted, the police have done a number of inquiries. The search has focused on the river. It's like they're two separate entities. Isn't it? It's like they're two separate entities. Are you all good? Are you all good in chat, yeah? You're all good in chat, aren't you? This makes me feel that, again, it fills me with more confidence about her and her perceptions of the case. I don't think she's sitting here saying, I think Paul Ansell done a murder, like I have done. I don't think she's sitting here saying, I think Emma White done a murder, like I have done. But I think she is being careful to state, we have done inquiries. We didn't get anything. We have searched the river like a separate thing. Now the cat again. This damn cat, how does she keep getting out? Come in, right, stop going out, because you don't want to be out, you want to be in. Don't you? Yeah. We've been through this. Here you are. Here you are. You're on the tellis now. You're going to speak to them. Go on, speak to them. Go on, listen. I'll give you a kissy. But you want to be in. You don't want to be out. I think this police investigating officer, she's not an investigator, you know, whatever she is, the police officer. Do you want to go? Stop standing at the door if you don't want to go out the door. Yeah, you're going out. I pushed you out. It reminds me of a meme about the cockapoos. Can you let me out so I can come back in again? I know, exactly, Brent, exactly. The cat in and out. Oh, I let it out. It's my fault. In here, right, I've got her a cat tree. I've got her a little bed. Well, it's Omar's bed, really, but she likes it. And because he's gone now, and then I've got another one, which is like a little bed on top of a cat tree thing, like a little... There's 3 pieces of cat furniture. She won't fuck about with any of them. She's got fishies. She can mess about with fishies. Where's her fishies? She don't mess about with anything. She's with me. I'm the toy. Listen, I think this officer has filled me with more confidence than I had before. I hadn't really watched these through carefully because I wanted to do this reaction. Do you want to come in? I can't have the door closed. It's got to be closed. It's in or out. Come on then. I wonder if she wonders who I'm talking to. I wonder if she thinks I'm losing my marbles because I keep talking. Is that it? Are you all right? You all right, Minky? Is that other cat out in the driveway? Is that what it is? Is it that bad cat come to... Now that Omar's gone, the other cat... There's like other neighbourhood cats and like territories are getting reformed, I reckon. Yeah, I feel I'm happier with this, actually, to be honest, because I think she said we've been doing investigations. We've also been doing a search. I think she took them as 2 separate things. And I think what that means is that while she hasn't been able to conclude there's a crime committed, she's been looking for the fact that there's been a crime committed. She's left the people to do the search. Like, how much can you do as a police officer, right? It's not an investigation of criminal investigation overtly. You do look for these things behind the scenes so you can decide if you're going to commit into an investigation. You do look for these things. You do add up the evidences and, you know, look at them. And she would be higher up the chain where she's got these files and folders and she's looking and thinking, you know, maybe we should ask someone this, maybe we should send someone out there. And I'm feeling that the search for her was put on as like okay, we've got these people searching, we've got this, send me the reports when they come in. What do you want me to do? I'm not going to go out there up and down the river myself. I'm going to do something else. And what's the other thing she's going to do? hopefully scratch her head a little bit like we've been doing, watch a few YouTube videos. You know, you cannot be her, in my opinion, you cannot be her and not be interested in talking to Paul Ansell further and Emma White. You can't be that high up in the police and not have any instinct about crime and criminality. That's my feeling on it. And I'm getting that. I'm more confident. It's only 50 seconds into this, but like, let's see how it goes.
An unprecedented number of search resources have been searching the river and the bank.
And that she slightly fucked up. She nearly slipped into a... It was the accent that came in as well, that when she does it. An unprecedented number of search resources have been...
Number of search resources.
An unprecedented number.
An unprecedented number.
That's that, like, legal politician speak. That's that CV speak, isn't it? An unprecedented amount, but then she drops back into the dialect and the down-to-earth speak a little bit more.
Of search resources have been searching the river.
Because what it is search resources have been searching the river. If you were right, like, you wouldn't... If you're good at this sort of thing, you don't say search resources have been searching the river, because you're saying search twice. So you would probably say search resources have been scouring the river or something like that. You know, you do put it, but she said search resources have been searching the river. So I'm not so confident in her ability to juggle language in this way, although she's done a fairly good job of it, to use all these big words in that first one, and she's using a few of them here, but you see shining through a bit more of a grounded, straightforward way to speak. It's very interesting to see the combination of the two here, the way that she's having to raise her vocabulary game, or she feels that she needs to.
An unprecedented number of search resources have been searching the river and the bank. This includes drone.
Sorry, in chat, I will take that. Sonia, no, Omar, bless him. He's not here, Kim. He's gone, isn't he? Bless him, yeah. Omar was our other cat, who was her best friend. He was a street cat and he came to us, didn't he? Yeah, we miss him, don't we, Kim? Hey? So she's on her own now, patrolling the driveways.
The helicopter, police divers, drone, the helicopter, police divers, sonar equipment, pole cameras.
This is a list. List is used to give emphasis, to create this impression of, like, you've sat down and you said, what are we going to tell them we've been doing? Right, let's put a list together. We've done this, we've done this, we've done it. Don't tell me I've not been doing enough. I've got it all here on a list.
Underwater drone and staff wading the shallower parts of the river.
And the reason she's being so thorough about the river is because she doesn't think Nicola Bulley is in the fucking river. Nor do I, nor does Peter Folding, nor did Paul when he did his interview. Such a lot was made of this river and this narrative and this structure, and she's on the press conference eggy and angry about it and giving you all the pieces of information you need to make up your own decision, because she can't categorically tell you anything, because that would be wrong. But
we've also had search dogs that are specially trained in the area.
Search dogs that are specially trained in the area. Again, it's this language. I know I'm being really pernickety, I'm stopping it a lot, but this is my job. This is what I do, so deal with it. Search dogs that have been all search dogs have been specially trained. If they hadn't been specially trained, how are you going to use them to be search dogs? So stop dressing things up in this clever language, making it sound like you're doing extra stuff. You know, I'm wearing a pair of, I'll take them off so you can see them. I'm wearing a pair of weather-treated, man-made upper, man-made everything, because I'm not wearing chuffing leather, rubber-bonded, sport, athletic, gentleman's size, navy, sorry, not navy, midnight blue, and ice white training shoe. I'm wearing a pair of fucking trainers. Do you know what I mean? Like, calm down. Don't worry, Sonia. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. We went through that, you know. We went through that.
From both the boat and the riverbank. And this has included the area where Nicola went missing.
It annoys me they're taking a photo while we're doing this. I tell you why it annoys me is because you're videoing the press conference. So I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to take photos of her. But while she's delivering the information, I expect your job is photographer, so you might as well just keep firing the camera. But can you not just let her talk? It's caused her to focus on you now, and I'm not being able to get a good body language read on her because she's more angry at you for taking photos.
And this has included the area where Nicola went missing, but also upstream of where she went missing, and the 15 kilometres or so down to the sea.
Therefore, she doesn't say the therefore. This is a week on.
We've assisted in this.
She's not in the river. She's like, get this out of your fucking head that she's in the river. Stop going on about this fucking river. I'm calling this press conference today to explain to it's like, you know, have you got any cakes in the pantry? Listen, I've been in the pantry. I've taken everything off the shelves in the pantry. I've taken the shelves out of the pantry. I've opened up all the different bags and boxes within the pantry. I've got it all out into the kitchen. I've lifted the floorboards of the pantry. I've taken the door from the pantry. Make up your own mind about whether there are cakes in the pantry. You know, it's like that, isn't it?
By the Coast Guard, by RNLI, by colleagues from other forces, and the Lancaster Area Search and Rescue, and I want to thank them for their assistance. Unfortunately, we have not still found Nicola, but our search does continue.
Interesting. Very stern-faced with this. I like her. I didn't pay much attention to the police, you know, while they were doing this. I paid more attention to the people doing the interviews and stuff like that. But I like her. I like that. I think if my friend, loved one was missing and she came out and had done this, said this, you know, I think, good. What's next?
As well as the river search, we've also undertaken a 1 kilometre physical search of the open ground in a radius from the point where she last went missing.
That's your problem. That's your problem. Oh, Weston-super-Mare post office. There's only one, isn't there? So I know my way around the UK now. I know where Inskip is now. I know how to find it on the map. Look. What has my life become? So this would be where you're doing your 1 kilometre search then. What's a kilometre on the map? Like, how am I supposed to know what a kilometre is? 200 metres is that line. 500, 1 kilometre. So on this map, a 1 kilometre is approximately from St Michael's on Wye to about here. Would be a kilometre, and I'll put a mark north of that there, a kilometre. And can I put points? Can I drop points on the map? No, it doesn't matter. Another kilometre would be this way. Another kilometre would be this way. Like, it's this circle here. It doesn't extend as far as Marsh Farm Hall. I don't think. Does it? Does it? Hang on. There's Marsh Farm Hall. Is Marsh Farm Hall more or less than a kilometre from that bench? I wonder about this now. This is why you're watching Super Scotty Hottie, because what Paul and Emma, in my opinion, I've lost the I done a murder. I haven't still got the I done a murder thing up. What they did, in my opinion, right, is they went on the internet and they searched for things to do with how you would dispose of a body, or how long the police take to find a body, or stuff like that. Missing person search radius. In fact, I know they did this because Emma said that she got Paul Ansell involved. She did said it in an interview. We've got it on the channel. Go back and watch the interviews. She said that she got him involved because, and she stuttered over it. We've been typing into the, searching into, said searching into the web or something. She, you know, I can't remember the exact words, but we've got it in our playthrough. You know, go back and watch my videos about Emma. She said that she'd found it on the internet essentially. And why would you be doing that? Because you'd be looking on the internet about this sort of stuff. So my guess is that somewhere on here, the internet will talk about the radius of the search. You know, and then you'd get, because she talked about another, there was a moment when she talked about a milestone, and that was something that we think that she might have seen on the internet. There were other aspects of her, once we learned that she'd been searching on the internet for stuff to do with the murder, because she wanted Peter Folding in to see if she could find, yeah, when we learned about that, we looked over some of the other stuff we said. I remember it. You tell me in chat, do you remember this stuff? Do you remember when we did the Emma White one and she said about going on the internet? It was this one. It was this interview. I'll get it up and I'll show you.
Time for all of you. I mean, this team that's coming in today, you instigated them, didn't you? What are you hoping they're going to find?
So she's telling her that, Emma, you instigated Peter Folding coming here. Eddie said on his video today that Paul was the one that did it. I see them as a team because they're both involved in doing the murder. So I'm not going to disagree with Eddie. I hope he doesn't understand. He understands that he doesn't really disagree with me either. If I say Emma did it, I also mean Paul and Emma did it, you know.
Yeah, from the news bulletin.
Who's the one on the keyboard? You know, who's the one pulling the strings? Who can say? But, you know.
Came in on Friday and the police...
Somebody did a big GoFundMe, didn't they? Somebody's in front of the camera talking to all the media. So.
They're going to review. I mean, this team that's coming in today, you instigated them, didn't you? What are you hoping they're going to find?
Yeah, from the news bulletin came in on Friday and the police's hypothesis... and we said it's a theory, we need some evidence to back that theory up. And then going on the media, we saw this guy, Peter Folding...
so there she said, going on the media?
Hypothesis. And we said it's a theory, we need some evidence to back that theory up. And then going on the media, we saw...
Going on the media? We saw this guy, Peter Folding. So you don't go on the media. What do you mean, go on the media? Can I have a go on your media? Oh yeah, I'm not finished with it yet. After I'm finished with it, you can have a go on it. Going on the media. You don't go on the telly, do you? She's going on the telly now, but you don't go on the telly when you look at things. What's on the telly tonight? Well, hang on, I'll just go on the telly and find out. Like, you don't go on the telly, you go on the internet. She went on the internet, typing in stuff about searching for people. And she found Peter Folding. Okay, she might have found Peter Folding since Nicola went missing, of course, in her bid to try and help. She's been on the internet trying to find how she can help. This is not the only time Emma has said something that alluded to her having information about, and I'm not, you know, I'll put my hands up, oh, he's going to defame. It's not defamation. Look through my videos. I'll find the exact clips if I need to. It's not the only time Emma has said something about information that she would have. The normal people don't really have this information, but people who are looking into crimes and looking into how the police behave and how the police search and things like that, she's got that sort of information. So my feeling is she's gone on the internet and she searched some stuff up. Probably since Nicola died and before she was discovered. I mean, actually, factually, since Nicola died and before she was discovered. She just said it there in that interview. At that point, Nicola's not been discovered, has she? So Emma just said it. She'd been going on the media. Since Nicola died and before she was discovered, Emma's searching for things on the internet about what the police might do and how to find her and this and that. Maybe it's innocent because she wants to help find her. Or maybe she was doing that because she wants to help cover it up. And she wants to know the exact day when the thing... She was in charge of sending people out on the searches. She was the one that was printing the maps and sending them out in twos. She got everyone to communicate and congregate at the centre of the village. And, you know, her farm is just over 1 kilometre away, and it's just handy that this dog walk in this location is just beyond the range, because this is what we're doing today, going back to what we're doing today. It's just beyond the range of the 1 kilometre search, isn't it? Her farm is just beyond that range. And everything was going on from over here at the tennis club. And she was sending people out on these walks, and these walks were going off around here and on up around here. And what they didn't do was say, right, we're going to grid this whole place off, and we're going to have search team. And maybe the police did this, but I don't know how many people they had and how much time they had. But what the correct way to search this would have been to grid it off to the extent of our search. You know, you'd send operatives around to all these buildings. We need to check your outbuildings. We need to check your houses. We need, not inside your house. You know, I'm not going to just like send the police up to a farm and say, I need to go in your bedroom. But I would have them and requesting access to all of these buildings. You know, someone could have got into some trouble. Someone might be, you know, in a shed or something. I don't know, like, you know, there's what appears to be like a junkyard here. You know, I'd be checking all this. Absolutely, you know, in and out, popping in and out, sending people to actual locations, you know, a team of police people. But the rest of them, the foot search, we start in this field over here, for example. Yeah, so there's the line there. And we do grid A1, and we all stand in a big line, and you put arms out, and no more than an arm apart. I don't want to miss anything. Eyes down, walk the grid. And then once we've done it, we cross it off. That grid has been searched, move on to A2, and we search this grid. And we do it until all this area has been walked through, arm's length apart, by people. That's how you do that. That's your 1 kilometre radius. You do that in the entire 1 kilometre radius. Properties and stuff, different. All these fields, that process, yeah? And you will find things. You might not find what you want, but you will find things, because you'll find anything. Because if there's anything there, be it a horseshoe or a fucking, you know, bag of potatoes, you're going to walk across it because your arm's length apart. It's interesting, isn't it, that they would focus their search from this point and do a kilometre radius, and that does not quite include Marsh Farm Hall, in my opinion. How far is Marsh Farm Hall from St Michael's on Wyre? Marsh Farm Hall to St Michael's Grapes. Let's put the Grapes pub, because I know that Grapes, because I know that's basically in the town centre, isn't it? You know, it's what is it as the crow flies in actual? Why is not 1.6 miles? I don't know what that means in kilometres. 1.6 miles in kilometres. It's 2 kilometres, so it's outside the radius. So as long as you know, if you're doing the murder at Marsh Farm Hall, you're not going to get searched then. And if you're doing Paul Ansell's house, which is somewhere else, you're not going to get searched then, are you? Like, it's just convenient, isn't it? And a failing, in my opinion, of the police to have done what they just exactly what she just described, to have said this is the moment she was last seen, therefore we will. That would, in my opinion, be Paul's house. Or you could push for the school if you could prove to me that someone other than Emma had seen her. You could push for that. And if you could prove to me that those people didn't see Emma dressed up as her, dropping off her dog and her kids and assume it was her. You know, if you could prove that to me. But otherwise, I might want to start that at Paul's house. Big ups, Just Jen from Truth Finders in chat. How are you? How are you doing? I had a right moody start to today's episode, so I'm in my stride now, though. I was eggy at the start of today's episode. Eggy, and now I'm in my stride.
This has included open ground, empty buildings and their gardens.
But not private properties, of course. Understand.
To no avail so far.
To no avail so far as well. So
empty buildings and their gardens. To no avail.
These are two steps. To no avail. We haven't found anything. So far. We still hope to. Yeah? It's almost like threatening language to... Like, if you're watching this and you've done a murder, you're not feeling so comfortable anymore because she keeps saying she's going to keep searching. She keeps saying that so far. You know, it's almost like guarded threatening language to somebody who's done a murder. I think she's a bit angry. I think in her head, she's thinking, she's not in the fucking river. You've had us down that river, up and down like a bunch of idiots. You're making the police look stupid. And who's you that's making us look stupid? Well, Emma's the one that's pushing. Paul's the one that's pushing. Have we looked into Emma and Paul? Like, I think that's in her head.
Ground, empty buildings and their gardens. To no avail so far. As well as search officers, we've had a number of uniformed staff in the area officers and PCSOs receiving community intelligence and offering that visible presence to the local community.
Interesting, because this could be seen as political conversation in that there's lots of police in your local area, and that's good because they're into communicating, integrating. They're there to receive intelligence. What she's saying is people have been telling us a lot of stuff, so watch out. If you're the subject of my theories, if I'm the police person, I'm showing you not my cards, but I'm saying I'm holding some cards here. And I'm not showing you what my cards are. Holding some cards though. People have been saying some stuff, and she's not. I don't think she has to do a very difficult job. Like sometimes you might say, like, if I lived in a certain part of the country, I don't know, if you lived in Salford, yeah, and the police were all turning up and they're all on the streets, you might be pleased because there's more police on the streets and it's going to be a bit quieter with all the violent crime or something. But also some people might be like, oh, they fucking, you know, police state locking us down and what you all doing on my streets, like, you know, and all this. Like, there might be a negativity to that as well. I don't know why I picked Salford. Maybe Salford's a bad choice, but, you know, if you think of somewhere where you can consider an excessive police presence might be considered negative. Maybe in a more ethnic area of the country, you know, maybe a more, like Brixton would be a good example. You know, when the police turn up in force in Brixton, it sometimes turns into a riot. You know, it's not always been perceived by people that having lots of police in one part, all present. But for this case, she's saying that the locals are basically happy, they're talking to us, so fuck you. And it's really, like, we know that Curtis got arrested and all this business, you know, I'm not going to skirt around it. And she's not really banged on about the TikTokers yet, but it's really about the control of the land and the therefore information that's coming out, isn't it? So there's kind of like a political subtext to this, which is the locals are happy with us, so you can shut up.
In the area, officers and PCSOs receiving community intelligence. But
also it's interesting that she listed these other police people like this.
As well as search officers, we've had a number of uniformed staff in the area.
So we've got search officers who are doing one job. Now we've got uniformed staff in the area, and I think uniformed staff means that there's undercover officers as well. Or maybe some of the search officers are not in uniform. Question that, because you're specifically saying uniform. You're not just saying staff, you're saying uniformed staff. So that's like a Hegelian dialectic. She's creating the idea that there's non-uniformed staff in the area. So I'm going to put 3. Yeah, carry on.
Officers and PCSOs receiving community...
Officers and PCSOs. So now we've got officers is another label of a type of police. And PCSOs. PCSOs are not real police people, are they? They're those fuckers that... no offence to anyone who's a PCSO, but, you know, they're those fuckers that tell you you can't do stuff like, you know, stop skateboarding, you can't smoke weed here. And then you say to them, have you got any power to arrest me whatsoever? And they say no. And you say, fucking jog on then. I'll do a search. No, you fucking won't. Can I have your ID? No, you fucking can't. Like, you know, blackboard monitor. But I'm joking. But like, you've got 5 different named police personnel here now. It's kind of strange, isn't it, to create this list again?
Community intelligence and offering that visible presence to the local community.
Offering a visible presence because uniformed officers and PCSOs are basically useless. So what they're doing is they're offering a visible presence. She's like, honestly, I like this woman. I like her because she's saying things that I like. Like, she's saying, I'm not going to stop investigating. I don't think she's in the river. And the PCSO special officers, Dover and Dolly's mum, they're like support police. It's like somewhere between being a civilian. It's a civilian in a police vest that does say, it doesn't say I'm a real police, it says I'm not a real police, just be careful. And then if things go wrong, they call the police themselves. They're a community support officer. So the people wandering around in the vest that are the PCSO, you'd be surprised, they look like the police, but they're a civilian that's there to support the police. Blackboard monitor. So they get, like, look, they get, when you see this person in the street, you think, you don't, like, I might be wrong, but me personally, I think you fucking, what? Like, you're me, but you've put on that vest and you will call the police. Get one, do one. You look like, to most people, you look, because it's the visual imagery of the police, so you think, oh, a bit of authority here, the police have turned up. No, they haven't. It's just this chap's turned up and he's wearing a vest. Like, where's my wig? I'll put my wig on. Now I'm special police wig. Shut up. Leave me alone. Like, fucking blackboard monitor. You're going to grass me up. That's how I feel about this. Police social community support officer. Maybe I'm wrong to say that, but I would feel better if they were dressed in a different colour, if they didn't look like the police. So they weren't, like, it's the pretending to be the police that looks the problem, isn't it? It's, you instantly get that feeling of you're not the police, but you look like you're. It's like security guards with all, you know, security business on them, where you're just some fucker telling me what to do. Like, dress them up in like green, or like, no, green's the ambulance, isn't it? Pink. Dress them in pink. They should be wearing pink so that they can't. They're not impersonators though, Dover and Dolly's mom. The police love them. They're employed by the police. Like, the police encourage this shit. Like, they're not just some nutter running around. They're in community roles supporting the police. So the police give them these jackets. It's a fucking weird one, in my opinion. In theory, having community liaison with the police from your community is a good thing, but they should look like the people in your community, not police officers. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe they just need a little badge or a lanyard, and that's all. Maybe all this other stuff is a bit extreme, because they don't have a gun, and they don't have a pepper spray. They've got a radio that can contact the police. I've got one of those. It's my phone. Like, why should they get extra special, you know? And the police turn up, and these are the chuffers that are on the scene. Oh, well, you're helping, you're the support officer. Yeah, I'm also a member of the public, me. Can I be of any assistance? Or, like, why are these chuffers given special treatment now? Because they've got a radio. Like, oh, they're the support liaison officer. All right, yeah. Get one. Do one, you fuckers. I think she's saying the same sort of thing as well. She said the police liaison officers, support officers are there because to, I don't know, to like create a visible presence. And that's actually part of the problem, isn't it? As I've just described, they do create a visible presence and it makes you feel like there's a police person there, but there really isn't. That's the Snowden effect, isn't it? That's the control of the narrative. People think there's police knocking around. It's weird, that. But she also disses them because all they're good for is providing a presence. They're like cardboard cutouts.
In the area, officers and PCSOs receiving community intelligence and offering that visible presence to the local community.
So what she means is, on the ground, you've got PCSOs and officers, and what they're doing is just talking to people. They're not really investigating. They're receiving information, which means people are talking to them. If someone said to them, oh, you're right, yeah, how you doing? Did you know that the farmer's sheep are out? They've received some information. Doesn't mean that there's anything to do with the case. So those PCSOs and those support officers are just there as like a bauble on a tree. They're not really doing investigative work to find Nicola Bulley.
To answer any questions and to allay any concerns. At the same time, a dedicated team of investigators...
See, I haven't, honestly, I haven't watched this and analysed this before. This is fresh to me. I'm glad I did it this way. At the same time, there's a real professional set of team of people, bear in mind. So I don't think what I've just said means no one's looking for them. Because what I said was no one's looking for them. But
to the local community, to answer any questions and to allay any concerns. At the same time, a dedicated team of investigators who often assist missing people inquiries has been working on this tirelessly.
This is weird. This is interesting.
At the same time, a dedicated...
That's not my internet doing that. That's the original broadcast from the sun glitching. But we've got a very smooth broadcast.
A dedicated team of investigators who often assist missing people inquiries has been working on this tirelessly.
At the same time...
At the same time, a dedicated team of investigators...
A dedicated team of investigators. So I put 2 people, possibly more. I love it when they don't talk numbers. A team of investigators. How many is that? Like, let's say you've got 2 people on the team, right? They both come to work and they both do their investigating and they go home at like 5 o'clock and they're clocked out for shift. No one's doing any investigating all night. Or do you have 6 people and now you're working on shifts and you can cover an entire 24-hour period on a shift, you know, 3 shifts between 2 people at 6 people working in duos over 3 shifts a pattern. So minimum 6 people to have a 24-hour investigation rolling. Yeah. What are we talking? Somewhere between 2, 6 more. Dedicated team. Okay. Meaning they're the ones that do. Dedicated team means they're doing that job. It's this language again. Carry on, carry on.
Who often assist missing people inquiries.
Who often assist missing people inquiries, which is weird because missing people inquiries are just that. They're not criminal investigations. And these people that we've dedicated to this often, quite often, assist with that, but it's not their main job. So I'm reading into that maybe their main job is something more serious, is it? Or is it less serious? I don't know. She's leaving me to infer things again, which I kind of like because I'm able to. And I think that what she means is, at the same time, I've put on some actual proper police to do some proper crime investigating. And they often assist with missing persons. So we can say that there's a reason for them doing it. Why have you put the serious crime division on it? Or whatever they're called. Why have you put the murder police on it? The homicide division in The Wire. Why have you sent McNulty and Shakima Greggs out on this when it's just a missing persons? Oh, they often assist with missing persons. It's in their normal remit. That's what I'm reading from that.
Has been working
What am I trying to suggest? I never try and suggest anything. I'd say straight what I mean.
on this tirelessly. They have undertaken extensive house-to-house inquiries. They've checked numerous CCTV.
There you go. So these are the proper police now. They've gone to people's houses. They're looking at the CCTV. We've got the proper people doing it. Okay.
Dash cam and ring doorbell footage.
Dash cam and ring doorbell footage. Interesting. Again, she does this clever thing of separating these things out. She could say they're looking at all the video that we've received. But she's not. She's listed it. We've got
Dash cam. They've checked numerous CCTV.
Not to say that Nicola is on this, but they have checked it. Maybe this dedicated team are in the office just checking all the CCTV. I don't know. But they've checked CCTV. So we're saying numerous CCTV. We're not saying the ring doorbell at the house. That's going to come later. I have not seen any CCTV of Nicola Bulley. My personal opinion, even with the ring doorbell stuff, I've not seen any CCTV of Nicola Bulley. But
Dash cam.
Dash cam is separate.
And ring doorbell footage.
And ring doorbell footage is separate. So we're to assume some dash cam has been forwarded to the police. Whether she's on it or not, different story. It would be strange, wouldn't it, if you were sat at home thinking, I've driven through there and I've got dash cam footage. They're asking for it. I will send it to them. That's one thing. But I would check it and see if Nicola Bulley's on it, wouldn't I? And if she's not on it, I'd say, oh, well, she's not on it. Maybe I don't need to fuck about with this. But what if I drove past her and I'm sure that's her? I'm definitely sending that. I'm hopeful. I know that they're appealed, and if you had dash cam, you might just send it because you're conscientious. She's not there. Well, maybe that proves something for them. I'll send it anyway. But I'm hopeful, from the way she said it, that dash cam footage has been forwarded. Well, I know that it has because she said that it had. So I'm going to trust that. But I'm hopeful that on it is something that we haven't seen yet.
They've traced and now spoken to a number of key witnesses.
They've traced and now spoken to. This is where we get the point in the investigation where some people who said they saw her get discounted, and some people who say they saw her become bollocks and didn't say they saw her. So what she's saying is, it's not just that people said to us, I think I saw her in the field, it's that we followed up on it, and they're called key witnesses. So she means we've spoken to Penny and Ron and the people that were in the field that spoke to or said they saw her. It means that they've spoken to the people at the school gates, if they've had people at school gates say that they've seen her. Because other than that, there are no other key witnesses. So that's very interesting as well, that she talks, she didn't give a list here, she gives a more general overview, but we can infer from that it's those people.
They have spoken to people in the community who have information about Nicola's lifestyle.
Hello, what? Why didn't I do this earlier? Christ.
People in the community who have information about Nicola's lifestyle.
What's Nicola's lifestyle? Do you have a lifestyle? Genevieve said she thinks she looks dead, traumatised. Yeah, you don't know though. Like, she might look like this all the fucking time. You know, she might have been haggard by life. This might be her best day. You don't know. It might just be that she's particularly, gaunt from working really hard on stuff. I think I get a good vibe from her, to be honest. I get a good vibe. Yeah, so we're now saying that Nicola had a lifestyle. What's your lifestyle? I mean, you could be gym fit lifestyle, maybe. Lifestyle's a funny word, though. Like, lifestyle gets attributed to people who use drugs. I'm going to say that. Like, someone in chat said, what's he, you know, I won't beat around the bush here. Lifestyle is a drug word. Lifestyle could be identity politics. I don't think so. It's not your lifestyle. You can have as many opinions as you want. And Nicola Bulley did. I'll, you know, again, speak frankly at this point, 2 days before the inquest, talking from a police point of view. I'll speak frankly on this. I looked into her Twitter. I didn't take any screenshots. I didn't bring it to any episodes. I didn't want to discuss her personal politics on the episodes. But Nicola was potentially in conflict with people in her life, because anyone that held the same political feelings as Nicola might have been. I'm not slurring her here and saying she's some racist or anything, but she was very strongly on the side of, I don't want to say anti-vax, but freedom, maybe. And she was also, it appeared to be maybe a bit of a Brexiteer, maybe. Like, certain politics over the last few years bring you into conflict, but I wouldn't call that lifestyle, unless you're going out waving placards or you're a part of the local association. Your lifestyle is the way you behave, the things you do, whether you're out drinking all night or going to the gym all day. People's lifestyle bleeds into the way they present and their identity, into not identity politics, but like your identity in terms of, I'm a sporty person, so I'm wearing sporty clothes and I'm out having a run and it's my lifestyle and stuff like that. They would want to know about her lifestyle because they're looking into her disappearance. But this is a really weird, you know, way to state it, her lifestyle, and it makes me instantly fear for implications of drug use, because drug users are described as like you know, people who are addicted to things, it's described as a lifestyle. But I'm not saying Nicola was using drugs, but I'm saying that people who, like, in police terms, in their vocabulary, the word lifestyle could be as a cover-up word, a sanitizing word, not cover-up like psyops, a sanitizing word for something that you don't want to say. Like, if someone's got a weird kink, yeah? I'm not saying this about Nicola Bulley, but if someone was into sadomasochism and they went down the weird sex club, and they went down what kind of weird sex club would that be? Some kind of like cum dungeon, you know, some kind of black walls cum dungeon, you know? Why am I getting into this now? If someone had that as a lifestyle, or they were into wife swapping or something, you call that's a lifestyle. Like that is. If you type it into the internet, it comes out with that. The lifestyle is like an Americanism for doing sex with random people, like swinging in America. So let's not get it twisted. The use of the phrase her lifestyle in this way is interesting to me.
Dash cam and ring doorbell footage. They've traced and now spoken to a number of key witnesses.
Because most of us won't have a lifestyle. Yeah, I just said cum dungeon, yeah. Did he what? I did. Me? Cum dungeon, not me. I think it might have been you. It's not me, I'm the big face one. I'm the good one. Look, behind me is all the blue and the sea. Yeah, behind me is all the sea. It's bad colours. Yeah, is it? Yeah. I'm the good one. You can tell because I'm basically in heaven with all the good sea, the blue. I'm in heaven. Well, what does that make me? Shut up, you. Me? Yeah. I'm in the cum dungeon. No, you're not. You're in the... You're the anti what? Anti-pasty? Anti... What was his name? Anti-Parazzi? Shut up, you. Me? Shut up, you. You are bigger than me. I don't want to mess with you because you're bigger than me. Bigger? I'm bigger. I'm closer to the camera. I've zoomed it in. Oh. Oh. Is it? Did you? Hang on, wait. Did you? Now I'm the big one. Ooh. Now I'm the big one. Wait, hang on. Ooh. I don't know about this. Get back in your box, you. Bit rude. Going back in my box anyway, because it doesn't make sense that I'm so big if I need to just be over here. Yeah, told you. Should we get back to it? Sorry, I'm just... Yeah, I said come dungeon.
They have spoken to people in the community who have information about Nicola's lifestyle.
Who in your community has information about your lifestyle? Ask yourself. Does anyone in your community have information about your lifestyle? Oh, look, it's 2 minutes to midnight. It's always midnight. Wow, we're going late tonight. 3 hours in. We're not going to finish this tonight. I can guarantee that because I'm only 3 minutes in. I'm doing a thorough job. Who in your community has information about your lifestyle? Like my neighbours might say, well, I think he smokes a bit of dope because I can smell it in the garden sometimes. He's always on that computer. They don't know anything about my lifestyle, like, do they? Or what? Like, what? Who has a lifestyle? Am I reading too much into the word lifestyle here? Is this just police speak for we tried to find out what she was like? Or did Nicola Bulley, in her report, did the people in St Michael's and Inskip report things to the police that led them to put together a picture of someone who was living a particular lifestyle? And what kind of lifestyle would that be? Would it be the lifestyle, like, I'll tell you about Paul Ansell. They said he was in the pub the same day. This is all that Facebook bollocks again. They said he was in the pub the day after, drunk in the pub. That's a lifestyle choice, isn't it? Always down the pub. Every lifestyle has a community, says BST. That's a good point. You know, if you are in a lifestyle, you might have a community based around that lifestyle. The gym community, the people that see you at the gym every day. You know, that sort of thing. It's always midnight, yeah. Big ups for the midnight crew. Dover and Dolly's mom asks, and this is a good question, is this interview done before this is a press conference. It was done before they released the information about the alcohol and the menopause. Yes. Questions that rise from that, though. Menopause is not a lifestyle. Alcoholism is. Menopause is not. And she told us that it was the community that were giving her the information. We're led to believe that Paul was the one that gave her the information about Nicola's menopause, which is a big red flag to me, of course. Go back and watch the red flags videos if you haven't, please. Because, of course, you don't want to listen to your main suspect. But who is it that's in the community that's feeding them the information about her lifestyle? So I will totally accept that behind the scenes people were talking about Nicola in these other ways, apparently. Although Peter Folding doesn't seem to think they were. Maybe. But maybe that came up a bit later. Or maybe it was there from day one. Paul wasn't doing it in the interview from day one. Anyway, this has come from the community, this lifestyle point. I'm not going to labour it any further because I think we've done that point now. You'll see it on someone else's channel in a few weeks, brought up as an idea. Somebody else, I'm quite flattered to tell you. Somebody else who thinks they're a bit of a big chuffer on the internet. Somebody else has been going through my videos. It's kind of like flattery in a way, isn't it? Or I'd say kind of. Imitation, what do they say? Look, if you go through the playlists, and you go back to the Nicola Bulley's full playlist, and you go back to the Paul Ansell red flags, there's loads of content there. Like, what I should have done is I should have taken each point and just edited it as a short and just released them all. But through 8 hours of analytics there's a bit for some other sinful-minded folk to go on. Bless them. I'm having a pop now. Way.
Her daily walks and so on.
You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about that armchair dickhead. Look out for my new video. If you're watching this later on and it's after Sunday, go and watch Battery Exhausted and check out what you're missing. And you might even want to pop over to Send Trees and see what's on that.
This has built up a really rich picture of data that's allowed us to have a very tight timeline, some details of which we've already released, about Nicola's last whereabouts and what she was doing last Friday morning. I'm just going to take you through some of those.
Sorry, I didn't pay attention.
Very tight timeline.
Very tight timeline.
Some details of which we've already released about Nicola's last whereabouts and what she was doing last Friday morning.
So what I like about this as well, because she did the and she started with her eyes, so there's more to this.
His last whereabouts.
I'm interested in the fact that as a criminal investigation, you will not just be interested in where she was last seen and where she could have gone to, but you'll be interested in what led up to her being there, what happened in the days preceding that. And it looks like she is. And it looks like she's been putting together a timeline of that. But the came when she was going to say, and days leading up. She didn't want to say that. So I'm more confident in her and her approach to the investigation. Quite like this is the thumbnail, actually. I might take a quick screenshot of that. Quite like that as my thumbnail. Thank you.
And what she was doing last Friday morning. I'm just going to take you through some of those.
Yep, she's going to take me through them. Said in chat there, Lucia says, tight timeline that kept changing. Yeah, agree. But I don't have a problem with it changing because it should change. Like, if it never changed, that would be more weird. It would be like you got the exact right story on day one, week one. You got every fact down and you didn't ever change those facts because they were bang facts from day one. It would almost be like someone had gone around with a video camera and videoed it all and there you just watch the video. No, like, if people are going to come forward and say, I think I saw her on this day and pretty sure that she was over there, and then a couple of days later you follow it, like your police investigators have to go back to them a week later and say, this is your statement, can we just check that you said this, because you definitely said this, didn't you, and you said this, are you sure about that, because we've got someone else, they won't say this, but we've got someone else who contradicts what you said, so we need to know which one of you's right. Stuff like that. Your tight timeline should shift, because you should find out more and more detailed information as time goes on. You should corroborate more information so things might move in and out. But this at the moment, at the time, was what they, through their investigative work at that moment, which is a week's worth, had. So I would accept that they are subject to change.
So at 8:43 last Friday, Nicola was seen on the river path walking towards the Iron Bridge.
And now what's a little bit annoying for me is that first 4 minutes was really good, because that was her talking. Like, okay, she prepared the statement, but that was her talking. Now this is her listing facts off a list, and these facts are pre-written on the list. So there's going to be less for me to draw out of this in terms of psychology and analysis. Of course, from a forensic criminal investigation point of view, there is a lot to draw out of this, of course. Yeah. Holding it to account now weeks later and being a right or wrong timeline, completely useless. I'd rather just hear what the most recent timeline they're going to give me is and then go off that if I want to, It's interesting to know what they thought back then, but it's not, I mean, like, you go to college or something, yeah, and like you do your first week of lessons and then I ask you to sit the exam. Like, and then you do a month of lessons and then I ask you to sit the same exam. Like, which exam are you going to do better on? Like, I don't expect a lot out of this. But, what's up? Are you alright in chat? Who's disappearing? People don't disappear. What's disappearing? When the S disappears. Sarah's just normal Sarah. Maybe someone's coming in with a different account that hasn't got an S on it. I'm confused. I don't see a missing S.
A few minutes later at 8:47, she was seen in the lower field with her dog Willow and her mobile phone, which was on view. At 8:53, she sent an email to her boss on her phone, and at 9:01, she joined a Teams work call.
I don't know whether I should break the thing here, because this is like slightly different now from what I was wanting to do, and we've done a good show so far, and it's gone quite well. Like, there's still a lot more content here. I can perceive myself doing this all weekend. It doesn't mean I want to stop streaming either, so don't just like switch off yet. I'm inconclusive at the moment. Give me a minute. We are past midnight. What do you think in chat? The S in Sarah's name disappears often in chat. How can it? Like, honestly, really, it doesn't for me. It's always just like she's just there, and she's got the spanner next to her name, yeah, and she's like the mod, so you can see that. Someone wants me to get wiggy with it. Getting wiggy with it, no, 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 getting wiggy with it. That's an excellent choice. Getting wiggy with it. I mean, what I won't be able to play the song because it'll ruin it for copyright. But what an excellent thought. Getting wiggy with it. No, 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 no. Getting wiggy with it. That's an excellent. What an excellent thought. I can't believe I didn't. We're gonna have to cover that song now. It's gonna have to be a song. It's gonna have to exist. I should really use the hairnet. The hairnet makes it work. I realised the other day, but it's now attached to the inside of the wig by hairnet magic. I hate hairnets. So fiddly. Hairnets and dog food, mate. There's the hairnet. Do you remember the old Eddie Izzard hairnets and dog food? That's a blast from the past. I will continue to do some, serious stuff on the show. What I don't want people is to just disappear now because I'm messing about, but I do feel like messing about a little bit, so you can just have it and just deal with it. What's wrong with you? Chuffers. We will probably conclude the show by messing about, to be honest. We'll probably come and do timeline. We're at a good point there to break it up because timeline is, timelining stuff. I can start the episode with it next and work through the timeline quick, and then we can move on to the more psychological and, what do you think? 3 hours is a big long episode, isn't it? So it's not like you haven't got your Phil Mitchell. It's not like you haven't had your Phil Mitchell. You've seen my beauty spot where the spider bit me. Honestly, a spider bit me. Honestly. Honestly, it did. What do you mean it didn't? It did. There's no one in chat saying the spider didn't bit me. I might say, okay, I'll answer your questions. How about this? To finish with what we've done tonight, I'll answer your questions, and we'll pick up this episode again tomorrow, and we might even do a bit of a musical finish. Eddie says he invented the musical finish, so we will do a tribute to Eddie's musical finish by finishing with a musical finish. How about that? I don't have any pre-arranged music, but we'll think about it. I'll do a rap. I haven't invented the rap yet. We were going to do the Nicola Bulley, I done a murder, weren't we? That was going to be the rap. I done a murder. Work meeting. Wrap her in a sheeting. Give her head a beating. Drag her out to the field where the sheep are eating. Put her in a pipe. You don't have to laugh about that. That's terrible. You shouldn't laugh about that. That's terrible. A spider bit me, yeah, on my cheek. Some time ago now, but it just never healed properly. I keep picking it. It came up right up. I've got videos of it where I was streaming and I've got a big thing on my face. Came right. I know it was a spider because I woke up with a dead spider here on my face. I did that. I was like, what's this on my face? And they were like, dead spider. I was like, oh, for Christ's sake. No. Not in the night. Not in the bed in the night. Christ, no. Do tiptoes, Alan. Do copyright music. We can have a picture for it. But I don't really want to infect it into here. Like, it's more battery exhausted than that stuff is. I don't want to go too, too loopy here. That's more battery exhausted stuff, I'm afraid. But we'll think of something. I was answering your questions and you had a question. And I ignored it by rabbiting on. Let me scroll back. Where was it? Are you saying the police lady knows something more? Yes, 100%. Yes. Not just that she knows something more, right? She knows everything that we don't, that the police know. She's got all of the forms, all of the fillings in, all of the whispers, where I can say it's just some rubbish on Facebook, ignore it. When someone says it to a police person and they write it down in their little notebook, eventually it ends up on her desk. So I'm going to say yes. She knows an awful lot more. And I'm not going to say it's like Masons and shit like that. What I'm going to say is that I think she, from my reading of it today, initially she thought this woman's probably gone in the river. And this is going to look bad because we're going to fish her out the river. And then they had a good go in the river, and she was like, fuck this, man, she's not in the river. It didn't lay eggs in my face. Oh, don't say that. I thought it was biting me. It laid eggs, it can't, can it? It can't have. This was a while ago it did this. Don't say that. We've only got little spiders in the UK. They don't lay eggs like that. They lay them in, like, egg sacks with, like they put a web around them, don't they? Oh, don't say that now. I'm going to have to... Oh, God, no. They'd only come out little anyway, though, wouldn't they? Scary now. I just think they just bit me and I got a bad reaction to it. Do you like my wig? Do you like the new wig? Do you like the new wig? I mean, come on. It's like £6 on Amazon. Do you like the new wig? So I'm saying that they went looking, had a good look, and she was convinced that they've had a good look and that there's no chance that she was in the river. And then she said, right, well, she's not in the river, she's somewhere, isn't she? You know, this is before she turned up in the river. So, Lucia, thanks very much for the $6. Is that American dollars? Thanks to the live stream. Are you going to give Sally a kiss? Yes, good idea. That's a lovely idea. Let's give Sally a kiss. Let's give Sally her kissy. She gets a kissy. I like her. I don't want her to arrest me for kissing her. But let's get her on. Should get her up a bit bigger. Is this a bit bigger? Where are you? Where are you, Sal? Where are you? Why have you disappeared? There you are. There's Sal. And let's edit to transform around. Flip horizontal. There she is. If anyone else feels like giving me tippies, now's the time. I'm doing the kissy. Oh no, I'm not, because I'm not on green screen. Hang on. But when I do green screen, my wig will disappear. We'll have to do purple screen now. Or could I do blue screen, do you think? I might be able to do blue screen. Let's have a look. Why am I doing this? Feels like a waste of my time. Just having a bit of fun at the end of the episode now. We're all good. What we're doing, chroma key. Okay, and we'll have it on blue. Oh, but that's good. I'd like me to be in it as well. I'm floaty ghost kisses now. Do you like me on floaty ghost kisses? You a fan of me floaty ghost kisses? Ooh, I could be her own face. Let's give her a kiss first. Have your kiss. Have your kissy. And then, now what I'm going to do, this is fine, of course, this is fine, this is normal, this is just fine. Don't worry about it, everything's fine. Edit. She looks quite pretty there in that picture. Doesn't she? She looks quite pretty in this one. Not now. Hello. I'm the police. I've come to talk to you about Nicola Bulley's case. I've come to arrest you. I'm the police. Now it's gone weird, hasn't it? Now it's got weird. You didn't expect this, did you? Hello, I'm the police. Hello. I'm on the spirit box. Who's that one that does the spirit box you all keep telling me that you like? Nobody will be here from her channel anymore. I've offended her enough times, haven't I? What's the one from the spirit box that you all like? Go on. Haven't I offended her enough times? What's her name? Hello. It's the spirit box. I'm talking to you from beyond the grave. It's Nicola Bulley. I'm out in New York. I've come to New York to talk to you about the case on your radio. Hello. That's the one, Candice. Yeah. Hello, you nutter. They'll be like, he's in the Illuminati. He's one of these shapeshifters. Whose hand is that? Is that Alan's hand? Whose hand is that? Somebody else's hand is. Get off me! Oh no! No! Oh no! I've been kidnapped by the Illuminatus. Oh no! Whose big ham hand is that? When you hear what you're gonna, oh no! You wait for Sunday's episode on Battery Exhausted. You're gonna shit. All right, look, enough of this. I only wanted to give her a kissy with my green hair. That's all. Just wanted to give her a kissy. You and your fucking messing about. I just wanted to give her a kissy with my new wig on. Turned into that. The wig fell off. Who wants a kissy? Spider egg propagate. If there's, don't say that. Squeeze them out. It's just it bit me. That's all. Because I was touching it, like, because it was tickling my face. They don't want to lay eggs in flesh. They're just spiders. They lay eggs in, like, they spin a. Right, I'm going to search for it on the internet, and if it turns out they lay eggs in my face, I'm going to go fucking tits, and it's all going to be your fault. Do British spiders, I think it was one of those false widows, but do British spiders lay eggs in your face? Put your, because I don't want to. Your face. Let's do it on Google so we can actually get an answer. Alexa, did a spider lay eggs in my face? I don't want to put people off. It's a horrible thing to be talking about. Myth. It's come up as myth. Mythbuster. Hang on. The green screen really helps this show, doesn't it? It's myth. It's come up as Mythbuster. Myth. Spiders lay eggs. Myth. You don't fool me. You don't fool me. You don't fool me. You don't fool me. I can't mess about too much because people get cross. You're not cross. You've hung out for 20 minutes extra messing about. You have. So you're not cross. Let me check on the. I don't ever check all this while I'm supposed to be checking my analytics when I'm streaming. It's dying off. Since I'd started messing about, it started to just slightly drop. Can I have your likes? How many likes we've got? We've got over 176 likes. Can we push that up to 200 likes and I'll give some money to charity? How does that sound? Push it up to 200 likes. I'll give some money to charity. Some. I'll give them a tenner. I need to make some myself as well. I'll give them a tenner. Yeah. I'll drop £10 on a charity if you can push it up to 200 likes. There's enough of you here. Most of you will have already liked it. And I also wanted to. What was the other thing I wanted to do? We're at 178 likes. Gotta get up there. 200 likes, please, for a tenner. Press like now. If you haven't subscribed and you're still watching this, you're the sort of person that should subscribe. Like, why haven't you? I'm surprised by you. You've shocked me with your non-subscribering. Shocked me. And, that was the other one. I was going to shill for myself a little bit at the end. Why not? If you want to tippy me, of course, we do the coffee tippies. You've been seeing them going up on the screen. This is the coffee thing. You can get onto that. I'm going to pop that in chat. Because I need that money to pay my bills. The electric bill, the internet bill. Stupid fucking trolls, man. I just want to chill. There, 200 likes. Bang. Lovely. Well done, you. Okay, who are we giving it to? Should we give it to an animals? Or children? Or amnesty? Amnesty's a bit vague for people, so maybe we give it to animals. I like Save the Children, and I like UNICEF. You alright with those ones? Should we go Save the Children today? Let's have a look at Save the Children. We are the world. We save the children. Confirm my cookie choices. Donate a single donation. Make me feel bad about giving 10 now because they started at 20, but donate now. Certainly will do. Yeah, I want to gift aid it. And PayPal. And whoa, don't show everyone my PayPal. Okay, let me bring this up on screen. I'm just going to do my PayPal bit off, obviously, because, you know, I'm not going to do that on screen. Logging in. PayPal balance. Continue to review the order. One more step. Finish paying Save the Children. And I'll just move it in. And there we go. Thank you. I'm in the way. Oh, thank you, Scott. They already know me. There's my transaction ID, so it's proof. Maybe I'll get doxed, but that's the transaction ID. We've saved some children. Am I happy to have a phone call? No, I don't want a phone call. But thank you for helping send £10 plus the £2.50 gift aid. Thank you for the likes and the engagement. And if you've got comments, if you're watching this back and you've stayed this long and all that, if you've got comments, I'm just going to quickly shill for myself before the end. Thank you for all this. Thank you. I'm really grateful, you know. The tippies come in. They help me to survive, to make more media in the future. We've got things that we're going to move towards. I'm not going to like blow my own trumpet too much, but I have been known to do a little bit of documentariing over my years. I've made 3 documentaries. One is on Eddie Strongman. It went on Netflix. The other one is on ASMR people. It was my first thing. It's on YouTube. The final one is about people who make indie games, and it's on this channel you're watching now. So you've got that. And then we also do
It's raining again.
big
I
ups.
couldn't be happier.
Andy sent tippies.
Thank you, Andy.
$1 for your bills. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Saucy chuffer. She's saucy chuffer. Then we've got the dashboard. What am I doing in my channel dashboard? Yeah. At the moment, we've got a Philip Schofield video, which has been unlimited, right? Ad suitability. It's being reviewed, and it's been reviewed for over a week. And it's supposed to only take a week. That's being held back, in my opinion, and it's really annoying me, that Philip Schofield video is being held back. So I think what I might have to do is just release it, you know. But then the problem is we've got this episode today. We've got the one about the... We're going to continue with this police stuff this weekend, and then we've got the Alan video dropping on Sunday.
I couldn't be happier.
Phantasmic Ether sent tippies.
Big ups, thank you.
For Spider support. Love your antics, Scotty Hottie.
Thank you.
Thank you for blessing us with your awesomeness.
I'm trying not to go too
Super
mental.
Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thanks. I'm trying not to go too mental on the end of this episode about the police, because people might see it and think I'm being... look at me now, I'm just picking up my hair while I'm talking. People might think I'm being inappropriate, so I'm being a little bit careful. But I was just saying, yeah, I want to get this Philip Schofield video out. I don't know when it's going to drop, because we've got other big videos I don't want to drop this on top of. You know what I mean? But that's their waiting limited ad suitability review. It's a waiting review. It's under review. And if you don't, when you try and drop it, it says, you want to check that because it's not going to get suggested to people. And I'm like, okay, I'll let it review. Yeah, we've got that coming. But also the main channel, that's what you've been watching today, the Super Chuffer. You are subscribed to that now. And then the other channels, Battery Exhausted, you're going to see super upload on Sunday. I've alluded to it a lot in today's episode, so watch out for that. Other channels there for your enjoyment. Other things going on that are fun. They're all fun. Fun. Spider support. And yeah, good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for
Hey, sent
the
tippies.
tippies.
3 hugs X. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Call him a con man. Give me my tippies. Tell him Alan's bad. Give me my tippies. Thank you, Kay. Thank you. Wig man with his tippies. The wig, I actually prefer this look. It's just it doesn't go well with the green screen, but green looks good on me, doesn't it? What do you think? What's your favourite wig? What's your favourite wig? Anyone in chat who knows my different wigs? What's your favourite wig? The wig makes some people really cross, you know. I'm going to stay on and just smoke a reefer and talk to you now, because I'm a nutter. And so are you, but like, I feel like you want a little bit more, don't you? So just going to talk about wigs. What's your favourite wig? You know, the wig makes some people really cross. It does, doesn't it? Some people are like, he's wearing that wig again. They get well eggy about it. I've got the Chuffer just wants to have fun. Green is my favourite colour, yeah. Fantastic ether. Oh, that's it. I said I'd answer your questions, didn't I? And then I basically ignored chat for about 20 minutes while I fucked about with my wig. If anyone's got any other questions, I'll answer them. Bit of impromptu Q&A. Is it a wig, says David. This is a wig. Sadly. My Bon Jovi days are over. My own natural hair, as elegant and lustrous as it looks, is actually thinning. And I believe that's part of my taking that metazapine medication.
Minky sent tippies.
Minky!
Thanks for being my chuffing doorman.
That's what I call my cat.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Well, you're doorman. I don't really understand that one. What's a doorman? Do I open the door? Oh, the cat. It's the cat has tipped me. I do understand. The cat's asleep in her bed over there. I realised now. So that's what I call my cat. I thought you got the same name. The cat has tipped me to thank me for letting her in and out of during the episode. So that's good. They don't that is good, actually. I like that. That's a. Don't think you want my question, says Andy. This must be something to do with the summer heat. Some of the mimps are in heat. I get them going around. Some of the mimps are in heat. I keep saying, like, you know, Super Chuffer is quite happy to get a wifey. Quite like 2, really, but... The reason I'd like 2, right? The reason I'd like 2 is because when one of them gets really eggy and starts going, I can just leave and she can have a go at the other one and then they can have a row. I'll just go. They can row. Sometimes they just want to have... I feel like people just want to have a row with me. So like, when that gets going, I'm just like, it seems like you just want to have a row, so I'm going. And that makes them even more eggy, I find. Scott's top tips for a relationship. Yeah. Scott's top tips. You can't win. Like you're like, I don't want to have an argument, so how about I just leave and don't have the argument? And they're like, no, now I'm really eggy. And I'm like, no, because you know, you win. You win. No, I want the argument. Come back. I'm first. I need an alter ego wig name. Maybe I do. Maybe each wig requires its own name. Answers in chat. You know, who do I look like now? This is probably me. This is probably me. You know, the reality of me. If I could have my own favourite, I'd just have long green hair, I think. I like this. This looks good on me. Scott's top tips. Scott's top tips. It's just a tip. If you're having a fat row with someone and you can leave and then don't have the row, that's always a good tip, because otherwise you end up like Paul Ansel.
It's raining again. I couldn't
Someone
be happier.
sent tippies.
And then first.
Spider support XXX. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Honestly, I'm going to have nightmares about spiders breaking out from my face now. It's just a spider bite. I've never had one in my life before, but I know it was because... and I think the reason it's come up is I've got another one on my leg. I think. And I think that whatever they're doing, the venom reacts badly with my skin. Also, at this time of year, I come up with freckles. I don't know if you can see this. I've got all freckles on my fingers now. Like they spread during the sun. Just a tip from Scott's cum dungeon. No, I don't have a cum dungeon. We'll talk about cum dungeons another day. I don't have a cum dungeon. Yeah, he's staying for a reefer. No, I'm having a reefer. You're having a reefer. Drag queen story hour. Yeah, I can read you a story, but I don't look much of a drag queen, do I? I've got like full on. I mean, some these days they do the makeup around the beard, but when I was little, all right.
It's raining again. I
Julie
couldn't
Bryan
be
sent
happier.
tippies.
And then first.
Towards your cool wig X. Super
People love the
Chuffer
wig.
owes 5 hugs.
People love the wig. Thank you, Julie Bryan. People actually love the wig. Yeah, I'm not going to talk any more spiders, right? I'm going to tell you a couple of little stories, though, right? When I was younger, I went to the pantomime with my nan and granddad. Pantomime. And in the pantomime, there were 2 ladies, but they weren't ladies. They were men dressed as ladies. In the pantomime, on the stage. That was fine. And then once I was at the market and this guy tried to get my hand and be like, oh, are you all right? Do you know where your nan and granddad are? And I was like, I'm looking for my nan and granddad. And he was like, my granddad came running over. Like, get off him, you fucker. Don't touch him. Like, the only time I'd ever seen my granddad get eggy. Like, you know, I got a bit detached from the group, and so I wasn't really worried about people dressed up as women, having a bit of fun, doing some entertainment. Drag queen story hour, like, that's fine. Like, drag queens can read as many stories to as many, like, even if the stories are a little bit, like, you know, whatever. I used to watch fucking Euro trash when I was, like, you know, 11. But probably that's a bad example, you know. But, like, the world has got loads of stuff going on in it, and some of it's really bad. But, like, the really bad stuff, like the nonces and the pedophiles and stuff like that, like, they're not, like, if you can't tell the difference between someone who's good-natured and chooses to live a slightly different lifestyle, and someone who's a full-on nonce and has just, like, got a bit of makeup on and, like, a weird wig. Not me, I'm not the nonce. Pointing at me like I've got a weird wig, but not that I'm a nonce. You know, Jesus. But, you know, if you can't spot the nonces, then I don't think it's about, honestly, I don't think it's about drag queen. This is me just getting a bit political at the end here, but I don't think it's about drag queen story time. I think it's about nonces. I think they've been around before and they'll be around, you know, I think you've got to watch out for the nonces, you know. So just because, like, you know, back in the day we had pantomimes and people weren't dragging the pantomime people out and giving them a load of shit. Like, drag queen story hour to me feels a bit like that. Like, kind of innocent. But, like, you know, when someone's trying to get a hold of some kids, or is, you know, then you want to watch that. I sleep well, Crystal. You think the drag queen story hours for pedos? I don't know if it is. I don't think it is. That's not my. That's my feeling on it anyway. There you go. Just like I don't think that the pantomime was, and, you know, I don't think that Paul O'Grady and Lily Savage was, and but I think the real, like, I think you can see some of the others, like, they're a little bit more. I think there are nonces out there. I'm not saying that, like, you know, they're not infiltrating all these other groups and stuff, but I don't think people set up drag queen for stuff because they're nonces. I think that's the wrong. You're connecting the wrong dots. Who would win? Here's a good question from Colette. Who would win in a fight, me or you? What kind of fight? I'm not allowed to hit you for a start, so, like, you've got a massive advantage over me. The best thing I can do is to get you by your arms like that. Like, you know, if you're swinging at me, my tactic and plan is either I escape, if that's not possible, I get you round so your arms like that, and I'm holding you in a big hug, and then I put you in the bathroom, and then I close the door. You're safe in there, and you've got access to water in the toilet, right? And then I close the door really tight, and I'm like, listen, I don't really want to let you out right now while you're going mental, so I'm going to call someone, and they're going to come here, like a third party, probably someone you know, like one of your friends or some shit. I'm going to get them here, and then when they get here, I'm going to let you out. So I'm not trapping you beyond your will, but just for the small amount of time until someone can come and protect me. That's my plan. And then when you'll probably be really cross with that. You'll probably be furious. But obviously when your friend or, you know, relative arrive, then they can deal with you and I can fuck off. I think that's who would win in a fight. You're asking me about films there, maybe, Kurt and Lisa. No, I didn't see either of them, but we're thinking of doing Members Club, Film School, Film Club. Truth and Transparency is going to call Emma White. I would have called Emma myself at some point. I'm considering it, still doing it. You know, I was considering calling Marsh Farm to make a booking, and if Emma had answered, I would talk to her. You know, just on the stream. I'm quite up for doing that. I still want to book Marsh Farm and literally go there. I think it should be crossed though, so I need protection. Will I put them in a pipe? Says Kate. It's bad, isn't it? It's bad. We're bad. You all right with your questions then? I don't look like Jimmy Savile. Get off. There's a good example of it, the Bishop. Jimmy Savile, full nonce. Like, you know, for a while there, they didn't see him, did they? Because he was all jovial. I'm playing this nice character. If I'm playing a nice character and I'm having a laugh, and sometimes the seedy side comes through, but don't worry, it's all a laugh. You know, you don't spot those sort of people straight off, do you? But Jimmy Savile was one like that, wasn't he? Once you saw it, you couldn't unsee it, really, could you? I don't look like Jimmy Savile. I look like some sort of mermaid. with a beard. I'm looking at myself in the, like, you're there, and I'm looking at myself all the time over there in the picture. I don't look at myself as often as when I'm wearing the green wig, but I quite like it. Do I need the Mimp Squad? Yeah, I need the Mimp Squad to protect me. Like, you know, Emma's going to be, like, she knew if I booked and I turn up, she's going to be prepared and ready. Do you know what I mean? We need the full-on Mimp Squad. Yeah, we could go together, because if I book it, it's going to be like £2,000, and it's going to be a full. Like, we need to have enough people to do a wedding. We're like, you know, it's Marsh Farm wedding venue, isn't it? So I'll have to pretend to get married to someone. We could actually have a wedding. Does anyone want to get married at Marsh Farm Hall? Does that sound? Could you imagine if Scotty Hottie actually got really married at Marsh Farm Hall? Like, because it's going to cost, you can't just book it to go and have a look. She's going to charge you all the money. But I don't know, maybe she'd just let me go up and get married there. And then as part of the wedding party, what we do, you know, we do the dinner and we do the speeches, and then everyone gets given a metal detector and we all go out in the fields. Speeches, first dance, cut the cake, then everyone gets a metal detector and we all go out in the fields. Andy Scott from The Sweet with his long wig. I don't know who that is. Has anyone got any questions now? Because I'm really, you know, for the last 40 minutes, I've just been running this stream into the ground. I could have stayed on and done the bit about the police, couldn't I? But my brain went, you know, I'm surprised to see so many of you staying here. We've done all the good work now as well. We've given the money to charity. We've, now that's important as well. Like, you know, I want to finish on gratitude, really. I always like to think about what I'm grateful for and share it with you. Not just, you know, happy that I've got some rice, you know, and all that, but you know, I'm really grateful that you chuffers are here in chat and you're enjoying yourself. You've got the Discord. Once we get finished, you can join the Discord. Invite people, copy link. You know, you got that, so you can chat further about different topics. You got that. We've got big stuff coming up this weekend. Another episode of this, Scotty versus the police. Big drop about Alan on Sunday. It's the inquiry on Monday. I won't be wearing this wig from the inquiry episodes. And then we've also got, on the B-side, we will be doing the tarot episode as well. So maybe I'll have to shift that around. DSP versus the tarot. Andy Cockle, I can't answer these questions. I'll finish you off with my hands before we get going. How about that? Why do I answer these questions? Am I going to the inquest? Absolutely not. No, I did consider it. I could quite easily get an Airbnb in Lancashire. I looked into the hotels. It was very achievable for me. The ticket to get into the inquiry, that's a different concept. You know, they were doing what they wanted was your personal information so they could verify who you were before they let you in, yeah? So I don't know if they would choose to let me in. That's irrelevant. But certainly I thought about it. And what I thought was the inquiry is for Nicola. I looked into it. I heard some testimony from some people who had been to their own inquiries for their own loved ones. And what it is it's their way of finding the answers, isn't it? It's for the loved ones. It will be for her. I don't know if her parents are going to it, but it will be for them and the children and friends and family, really first and foremost. And the information that's divulged there will be available to us after the event. We will get either the full thing through a freedom of information request, or I'm sure someone will be publishing some stuff. I'm sure the mainstream media will have their tidbits to feed. So we will get all that, but I don't need to be there to get that. In fact, me being in the room, what am I going to do? Note it all down and write it all down? Like, it won't help in any way in my broadcasting of it. Plus, I will then have to broadcast from an Airbnb in Lancashire, so I hope the internet works. You know, overall, I felt it was not respectful for me to turn up at the inquiry for the death of Nicola Bulley. I felt, number one, it was not respectful. Number two, it wasn't my position or place. And number three, it didn't enhance my media. It won't make me do it. I always complain about this with the television. You know, we're out reporting on the hurricane and they're outside in the hurricane. So it's windy then, is it? Yes, absolutely. Look, you can see it's windy. I'm outside. Why don't you go back indoors and tell me about it? I can tell it's windy because I know the hurricane is windy. I don't need you to be in it to report on it. that's not a good example. The other best example is I'm outside the Houses of Parliament today, and in there they've been talking about these laws and this. Oh, have they? What are you doing stood outside it? Well, I'm doing the report. So it's in the background, so you can tell I'm really here. Yeah, but you're not in there, are you, listening to them? No. Where are you getting that information from? I watch it on the Parliament TV, on the monitor, right? So why aren't you in a studio then? You look stupid out there on the grass outside the Parliament doing your report. It lends you no strength, and it's just a show that I'm stood here. It just looks good that I'm stood here because there it is in the background. So for me to turn up would be negative for I don't need to do that for my media. I don't need to be there. Other things, I will be there. Other events and things that I choose, I will be there. But for this, it wasn't really my place, and disrespectful to the family. Like, imagine the family see me. I'm wearing a wig and I'm doing my episodes on YouTube. I would wear a black suit. I wouldn't turn up in a pair of trainers. This is an inquiry into someone's death. So I'd wear a suit, of course. I'd tie my hair up, but I'm still that chuffer off the internet. And if any of them recognised me and someone was like, oh, it's super chuffer, and if someone said the word super chuffer in that environment, I'd feel so embarrassed, I'd be like, no, I'm not here as super chuffer. I'm here as a citizen, have some respect. This is not time for messing about. The wig would come off, so yeah, it's not really for me. Is it going to be televised? I don't think so. I assume not. It's not like a government inquiry or something like that. This is someone's personal circumstances of their death. But no, of course Alan Vinnicom's not going. He wouldn't want to spend the money doing some work. Scotty in a suit. If you want to see me in a suit, refer to the Queen's death, where I wore a suit because the Queen had died and I was broadcasting and it was inappropriate. Like, for the entire 2 weeks after her death, I wore, go back and watch my streams. They're on this channel. I wore a black tie and I wore a white shirt and a black tie, like I'm in mourning, because the Queen had died, and that I was a broadcaster. I might be a small-time broadcaster, but I'm a broadcaster. So, thank you, David. I'm going to ignore that. I do not worry about these spiders. They're no longer a problem. One of the team, Just Jen says, one of the teams been allocated a seat. I don't know who you mean necessarily, but some people will be allocated some seats. Everyone will have different opinions on that. That's my personal feeling. I don't want to be there because I don't feel it's my right. I think it's disrespectful to the family. I think it's to the death of Nicola. I just think it's treating it like a YouTube circus rather than an inquiry into someone's death. And of course, the fact that you will get all the information after, you don't need to be the first one. I'm desperate to be the first. I'm first. You don't need that on this. That's the wrong thing to do from my personal set of ethics. Other people might have different ethics. Yeah, I am respectful sometimes. You've got to be, everything for time and a place, absolutely. This is my stream, so people expect me to live up to some other standards here on my stream. Fuck that, but that's Nicola Bulley's in death. That's the inquiry into her death. It's like people who don't wear suits to court. Respect the court. Respect, if you go to church, you kind of have a shower and smarten up. I don't necessarily think God's judging me, but I think that, I'm going, if you go to someone's wedding, you dress up, don't you? You don't fucking wear your trainers to someone's wedding. It's their wedding. I think actually I would have thought that would have been a standard. I would have thought, everyone would have understood that. Maybe standards are slipping. And again, Sid, I'm not going to turn that into an episode. I could finish off by having a right laugh about that idiot, but let's just say I've mentioned him enough today in today's episode. People are all eggy about him. If you're in the true crime world, they hate him. If you're in his family, they hate him. Opinion. Comedic opinion. I don't know. I don't see a lot of love going towards Alan, Honestly. Honestly, about his family, they've got problems, haven't they, because of the problems they had. Like when he ran those businesses that his son was running into the ground. So let's not. Dover and Dolly's mom says lots of people have no idea what's appropriate to wear to court. Maybe so. I can't judge for everyone. I'm not being mean about other people as well. I'm just telling you what I feel. So I think that's okay. Do I think the inquest will be completed legitimately? Absolutely yes. I think they will do a very thorough and good job. Will it give you the results you want? Probably not. It's not a criminal investigation. So they will tell the story of Nicola's life. They will create a portrait of how she lived leading up to her death. They will give the autopsy results of her, the autopsy, and then they will draw conclusions based on those things. They're unlikely to come up with some new evidence other than the autopsy, which is entirely new evidence that we haven't seen, silent witness business. Other than the autopsy, they will be very unlikely to say anything that you haven't already heard. And what's most likely is because there will be a gap between Nicola was last seen on, the events leading up to this day were like, and we found her dead a month later. Because of this gap, they won't be able to draw strong conclusions. That's what I believe. So they will, and open verdicts and stuff like that, people will be angry because they want results. But it's not saying that it was suicide. It's not saying that it was accidental. So there is that, I'd be surprised if they pinned it heavily on, no, there's definitely not been a murder, So yeah, I think that they will do their good job, but whether you want, whether people are placated by that, different story. Whether people accept it, different story. But they will do their best of that. Like the coroner is not going to be like, I'm out there. The coroner's not going to be doing like Curtis style videos, is he? And like they, the other independent witnesses and experts are not going to be out there sleuthing. They're just going to be asked their opinions and they're going to deliver them. I think one of the worries for me is that the first day will basically, from my understanding of what these processes are like, the first day might be a little bit more about Nicola and her life and the reporting on it. I think there'll be people waiting with bated breath to get a scoop on some aspect of this case, to crack the case. And I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think that really we're going to have to be careful that we're, on that day, especially on the broadcast, I don't think I'll be wearing the wig, we're going to have to be careful to be respectful. Coco Bradley says you can read inquest reports when it's published. COVID backlog's holding loads up. Yeah, so it might be that it takes a while for me to get a hold of the actual full report. The thing is, there'll be enough people that are interested, so I won't have to do that forward push. Someone out there will get a copy and leak it or publish it or get it legitimately and publish it. Eventually, we will see it. And I will go through it, fine-tooth comb, like I go through all the stuff. Not initial reaction, oh, I think this, maybe I found that, oh, I'm the first. But proper go through it. So that'll be fine. We'll get a time to do that. But I'm not going to get that on the day one. It'll be more reacting to the news, I imagine, more than anything. It'd be interesting, like, Jackie, I told you I didn't really want to turn, I didn't tell you, but I mentioned generally I don't want to turn this into an episode, but this is his last hurrah. This is his last opportunity. And it'll be interesting to see if people want to hear what he has to say after Sunday. You don't fuck with the super chuffer. Penny Bunny said she's streaming live from there, but not sure if that's outside. That would be the worst of it, Lucia, if people turn up with their phones outside the venue and, the family have to walk past that at any point. That would be really bad. Again, I said I can go up to Lancashire and get an Airbnb. Why would I want to waste my money? I've got a really good internet connection here. There's nothing, unless I'm going in there and taking notes, there's nothing I can learn by being close to it. So I would feel that was just like pantomime itself. Who's last hurrah? Phantasmic Ether. I'm going to deliver Alan a solid body blow. I'm hopeful that people will just wait for Sunday. Just wait for Sunday. Just Jen, we should learn if police have more. Yeah, there is that aspect. I don't know if we will though, because an inquest is not like the police can gather information and evidence, and it might not all be presented at the inquest. This is not going to be tell me everything that's been happening from the police. Now we want it all out in public. That's definitely not what's going to happen. Like the inquest is available to like the police are available to the inquest to answer some questions if the inquest puts them to the police. But the police are not going to just give you all of their notebooks and say publish that. So unless it's important, unless it is, how do I explain this? The inquest is not a criminal investigation. That's the best way I should explain that. Yeah, there you go. Jackie says, I would have thought Peter Folding's evidence was crucial, yet they say they're not calling him. Maybe they don't need to, because maybe his evidence is public and they can just refer to it. It's like waiting for... I don't really feel like speculating too much. I've told you what my opinion is on how the thing will go through, and why I don't hold that much hope for it being a resolution for people. And Lucia, yeah, if Jason Dean Rothwell was invited, then they're not doing their fucking jobs properly, because the whole point of vetting people before they go in is to weed out nutters like him. The main thing, I agree with Drama Lama, who agrees with David Williams, is facts from the coroner. That's what I'm looking for. And it'll be day 2 that we get that. And it'll be gruesome. And I don't know if we will get the information. Like, how do I explain this? On the internet, you can see a lot of stuff. And I think at some point you'll get to see some quite close to the bone stuff. They won't be publishing that tomorrow or the day after, but I'll be looking at it at some point. Yes, Teresa, an open verdict would allow the police to reinvestigate. I believe there's this. I'll finish on this aspect of it. We're doing the police again tomorrow, of course. You know, we're picking up again tomorrow where we left off today. But I believe that the two there's an interplay between the two agencies, and the police at the moment don't have the impetus to act, but the inquest could give the police the impetus to act. You know, I believe in that. Again, Lucia, he did find her, but he didn't. You know, just because he found her, it doesn't mean he needs to be there. His testimony was given to the police; they have that on record, so the inquest doesn't need to investigate him. Like, you've got that as a document already. Like his statement might be included, but he's not required to be there, and I wouldn't have him there. We'll see. We'll see. I said I wanted to finish on music, didn't I? Do we have a musical note that we should finish on? It has to be me, because otherwise... otherwise you're going to... I don't think I've got a nice musical thing to finish on, to be honest. Thanks, Phantasmachitha. Yeah. I'll play Search and Destroy, and then we'll go to bed.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Thank you.
Lisa sent tippies.
Thank you.
Nighty night Scott sleep tight no bug bites XX. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you. I'm going to have to get a mosquito net.
something wrong. You've been gone so long, I only see your face in memories. Search and destroy. Living in this way, is a ticket to the grave. I only see you now on Sundays. Search and destroy. When that just went off, children in their coffins aren't enough to make you stop. Search and destroy. Skipping home, while washed over me. Sleeping home. Living in this town, might not be around so much, but you should always know I'm watching you. Know there's something wrong. You've been gone so long, I only see your face in memories. Search and destroy.
You be good. And if you can't be good, you're naughty.